Hello guys, welcome back to another video. So today we are back with some more Honkai Star Rail, and I'm very excited because at the moment we are currently way over leveled and I want to continue with some of the story. I've been doing this like passively because obviously I want to film videos with it, so yeah, loving the story so far. But you know, if you are enjoying the Honkai Star Rail content, don't forget to like and subscribe. Or dislike it if you really want. Yes, let's get going. We're currently trying to do this quest. So yeah, let's head over to Svarog and see... How do I even... Oh, yeah, this. Right. Sweet. Oh, Natasha, don't get stuck, please. Oh, okay, we're here.
I'm back, Timmy.
Timmy.
Welcome back, Miss Clara.
Clara.
Timmy, open the gate, please. I want to see Mr. Svarog.
Outsiders detected. Do you wish to permit access?
It's okay. They're all my guests.
Command received. Access restriction terminal unlocked. Welcome back, Miss Clara and guests.
Clara. Why do they say it like that? Or is it just me? Oh, you still want me to do a puzzle? Hello?
If you can, please try not to upset Mr. Svarog.
Okay.
It's okay, Clara. We're here to reason with him.
I'll leave negotiations to you guys. They're not my strong point.
Fair enough.
Negotiating with robots. I can't say I've tried it before.
Are you ready?
Let's go and see Svarog. Oh, he just stands there like that? I mean, oh, okay.
I'm back, Mr. Svarog.
I see that the energy supply system is back online. Thank you, Clara. But why have you brought them?
Mr. Svarog, they want to talk to you about going to the surface.
Analyzing. Analysis result. Target does not belong to Wildfire. Background unknown. Classification unknown. You have arrived on Clara's recommendation. I will give you an opportunity to speak.
Oh.
Oh, hey, sounds like he's willing to communicate. Quick, time to smooth talk him.
I'm not good at that. We're not interested in stoking conflict. To be or not to be? That is the question. This one.
You seek peace. Understood. Nevertheless, your statement is unilateral. My position will be determined after assessing the result of our negotiation.
Okay.
Proceed with your central point. Do not waste this world's valuable time.
He cut you off completely. This guy.
Stay focused. Remember, we have to make him see that we're a variable in the calculation.
We're here about the Stellatron. Do you know what a Stellatron is?
Stellaron. Searching database. Access denied. Discussing Stellaron with unauthorized targets. Prohibited.
Oh, so he does.
You are broaching a secret that lies at the heart of this world. A secret that should remain unknown to humanity. Reassessing targets. Threat index raised. I demand that you reveal your true intention.
Oh, God.
As expected. He knows of the Stellaron, but it's a restricted topic.
We've come this far. Out with it already. Just be straight with him. Everything depends on it.
We must find the Stellatron, and then we want to bring the world's disaster to a close.
Historical records state that humanity has already made multiple efforts to engage with the Stellaron. Without exception, these efforts have been motivated by human greed, attempts to secure the article for a selfish end. As instructed by the architects, any attempt to engage with the Stellaron will result in grave consequences. Reassessing. Target threat index critical.
No.
What should we do? This is going from bad to worse.
Wait, we're not like the others. We're not from this planet.
There is no evidence to suggest you are an exception. Calculation result remains unchanged.
We're not from this world. Tell him.
Peacekeeping protocol temporarily disengaged. Requesting extermination protocol launch.
Extermination? In the literal sense?
I'm guessing.
Peace talks are over. March. Prepare for combat.
Mr. Svarog, please don't.
Leave, Clara.
Clara, it's dangerous here. Find somewhere to hide.
Looks like we have to take action after all.
Prototype number 3. Monitoring automaton Svarog. Extermination protocol launch. Successful. Annihilation permitted.
Damn. Alright.
Great.
I know, right? Oh, we don't have anything to...
Executing
Oh,
annihilation.
we do. Never mind.
Calculating result.
Damn.
Sampo Koski always takes care of his friend.
Right. How difficult is this going to be, I wonder? Why aren't my keys working? What? Hello?
Nap time. Evildoer.
Oh, damn it.
Don't
We've
mess
entered
with
the
me.
storm.
For some reason my keys are being funny. I wonder what that is.
To
Maybe I need
guard
to
and defend. Crush them!
check a few things.
What a headache.
Right. Do this one. Nice.
Purge initiated. Executing operation.
Damn it. Oh,
We're just having fun.
they're delaying my actions. Okay, I'm going to wait a bit to heal.
Time for a shot.
Do
Savor
this.
the vigor of life.
Do you again. Perfect.
This battle is unavoidable. The time is now.
There we go.
Lend me your strength.
Oh, you can't auto battle in this one.
Don't mess with me.
Right, at least we're getting the...
Value exceeds threshold.
No, I can't use
Only a scratch.
ultimate. Oh, okay, I was supposed to do that.
How can you put up your best fight without a doctor on the battlefield?
Natasha!
All of you, stay focused. I'm right behind you.
Nat, how did you...
Guess you guys had a bad talk, huh? Luckily, Sampo's got your back.
Sampo! I knew you'd be involved somehow.
I didn't.
Base breached. Armed wildfire personnel detected. Assessing. All subjects are high-risk individuals. Commencing complete annihilation.
Annihilation? It's not a good word. Alright, we've got our...
Great.
Right. Do this, do this.
Just in time.
Okay. Heal
Just
everyone.
a little
Oh,
something. Think nothing of it.
I shouldn't have healed because everyone's full.
Your assistance is timely.
I didn't
What are you
realize.
waiting for?
Go.
The customer is king. And for me to portray the king, well, you gotta make it worth my while.
Okay. Got wind shear on
We've
him.
entered the storm.
Hopefully, nice
To
damage
guard
boost.
and defend. Crush them!
I'll free you from your chains.
Go.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Nice.
Great.
Yeah. Alright.
Executing annihilation.
No!
Calculating result.
Your results are wrong. Sampo, go.
Naughty children, nap time. You'll pay for this.
I love her, like, nap time. Do this. And then... Right, she's definitely doing a lot, which I love.
Reinforcing.
Oh. Oh, that's new.
Analysis complete.
It doesn't fall. Only a scratch.
Well, that...
Evaluating variables.
Imprisoned?
Try this on for size.
Well, that's new.
Savor the vigor of life.
What a headache.
I don't actually think this would be too bad, to be honest.
Purge initiated.
Now,
I'll free you from your chains.
Go.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
nice.
Family.
Family. Alright, well, oh.
Wait! Please don't hurt Mr. Svarog!
Oh, Clara.
Clara. You...
Mr. Svarog can't fight anymore. Please. Please don't hurt him.
Claire. Ra.
Mr. Svarog, don't push yourself any further. Can you tell them what you know? Mr. Svarog, you said you were willing to make all my wishes come true, right? My biggest wish right now is for everyone to work together. Like family. Recently, I learned something new. Calculation results can't always bring people happiness. Even if the world outside the cage isn't beautiful, people still want to know what it's like.
Assessment system reset. Successful. Processing variables.
Oh?
Variable 1. Clara's request. Variable 2. Outsider's intentions. Updated assessment result. Transference of decision-making authority to outsiders. Outsiders are granted access to Stellaron intelligence.
Oh!
So we did it?
Yeah. Thanks to Clara.
Yeah, without her, even if we defeated Svarog, there's no way he'd have given us access to the intel, right?
I think so.
I hope his memory bank really does contain data on the Stellaron.
Is this it, Nat? Us? Wildfire? The Underworld? Did we win?
No, Zila. Our battle, their battle, it's just beginning.
There's so many characters altogether.
Finally. We finally made it to this point.
What's up? Nervous?
No. But I do have an aching feeling in my chest.
It's up to you to make your own judgment about who is lying. Now.
I'm ready. Reveal the truth. I'm listening.
Me too. Half of the wizard. I don't know what that is. Alright, Svarog, let's go.
I have finished collating the Stellaron data and records. Do you wish to proceed, outsiders?
Let's have it.
Requesting database materials
Oh.
cache, serial number 13175. Encryption level, highest.
Damn.
Request approved. Transmission.
This is the fruit of many years of research, Madam Guardian. The evidence is irrefutable. This so-called Stellaron is the source of all the destruction.
The people will struggle to accept this conclusion, Doctor. If if we were to tell them that the almighty Elisa Rand activated this thing and triggered the eternal freeze?
It's the truth, madam. The truth won't change with the opinions of the people. The reports before you are the precious result of painstaking effort on the part of Belobog's greatest scholars. You must trust the weight of its conclusion.
I have never doubted you, Doctor. On the contrary, I am resolute in the face of this conclusion. From the moment I took up this mantle, that voice, their voice, has made its home in my mind. I cannot shake them. I shouldn't be telling you this. Let's return to your research, Doctor. I'm afraid I cannot make these reports known to the public, unless...
Unless what?
Unless what? Please, proceed, madam.
Unless you have found a way to completely destroy the Stellaron.
I understand. In the name of preservation, I will fulfill this mission.
Cache number 13175. Transmission complete. Next transmission. Cache number 24830.
I don't understand, Doctor. Why do we have to hide such valuable research results away? They're the work of a lifetime.
You're still young, child. There will come a day when you do understand.
Who's the scientist?
The Supreme Guardian. She sees further than you or I. All her decisions are for the security of Belobog.
I just think it's a shame. Our research has hit an obstacle. Meanwhile, your results will be buried in the snow.
Don't be upset, child. You still have lots of time ahead of you. When you find a way to destroy the Stellaron, our efforts will have been worth it.
Cache number 24830. Transmission complete. Next transmission. Cache number 57614.
Why is there a robot here?
Oh.
During his life, this was Dr. Mearsheimer's personal robot bodyguard. I heard it's a prototype from the Great War.
That's her.
Since the doctor and his assistants passed away, it's remained here. It hasn't moved an inch.
Oh, I see. Let's start. We must unearth the doctor's research conclusions. All of them.
Madam Guardian, I've found them. All the documents are here.
Good. That'll do.
Madam Guardian, what should we do with the robot?
It would seem a great waste to destroy it. Find someone to reset its system, and then arrange for it to be sent to the underworld. I hear that the development group is in need of a robot with defense capabilities.
Yes, madam.
I'm sorry, Doctor, but these results must be taken care of by the architects. One day, somebody will be able to carry out your behest.
Cache number 57614. Transmission complete. Concluding data transmission.
That was interesting. That was really interesting.
So, the truth is clear now, right?
They were looking for a way to destroy the Stellaron. I don't quite understand. Can someone go over it again?
And it would appear that they never succeeded.
No.
Now only one question remains. Why would Cocolia exhibit such a sudden change in her attitude towards us?
Branya? Are you okay?
I'm fine. I feel a little faint.
This must be a lot to take in for you.
Why? Why, Mother? Maybe she wasn't aware. Maybe she...
What was that noise in the background?
I'm sorry. It's no use lying to yourself, Branya. It's time for you to make a decision.
Hey, can I have a word with you? I know that we'll need time to process this new information, but we have to decide on our next plan as soon as possible.
What is that noise? Everyone's almost dead. That was so interesting. So if they knew the if they knew the dangers, why have they not done anything? That's what I'm a bit confused about at the moment. Carry on. Natasha, I love your bear.
The furnace core. The path to the surface is close at hand now. Thank you. What you've done has brought new hope to the underworld. Now we have to wait and see. But maybe this will lead to a new lease on life.
Your support came at the right moment. Thank you.
Well, you should really be thanking Sampo. If it weren't for his intel, we wouldn't have made it in time. As Wildfire's leader, I couldn't simply look on while you fought on our behalf. We had to come help.
Huh? Huh? So you're the real chief? What about Oleg?
Why are you not a 5-star?
Oleg has always acted on my behalf. He helps me deal with all manner of problems in the underworld. Thanks to him, I'm able to make time for the people. I do my best to make sure that they have everything they need. At the same time, I was formulating a plan to deal with Svarog. Your arrival unraveled that carefully crafted yet rudimentary plan. And for that, you have my utmost thanks.
I really like her. You're welcome, all in the days of a hero. We did it for us, it wasn't out of selfless. Any chance of more tangible show of thanks? It's all in the works now.
When the underworld recovers its freedom, the people will indeed extol you as heroes. However, even though Svarog is no longer sealing off the furnace core, there's no way that we undergrounders could go pouring onto the surface. That cold-blooded Supreme Guardian has used lies and tricks to keep the surface separated from the underground. If she detects any change in the underworld, I don't know what she might resort to. As for Wildfire, we need more time to build up our strength.
With things as it is, you won't take a back seat. It will be difficult for us to defeat the Guardian alone.
Of course, there's no doubt about that. So I'll be sending someone I trust to go with you.
Zila.
Didn't she tell you? In private, she insisted on accompanying you. Don't let her carefree nature fool you.
Did she know?
She's actually very discerning and can read a situation like no one else. Zila is a talented scout and a quick thinker. She takes decisive action. She'll definitely be able to help you. Not to mention, you also have Branya now.
Look at them over there. She's got a big shock. Will she stand with us?
It seems like the intel we got from Svarog caused her a significant shock. But with Zila by her side, I know she'll recover. Hey, when's the last time you got some rest? I heard that you've been on your feet looking for Svarog since Rivet Town. Health is everything. You won't be much use if you neglect yours. Let Wildfire take care of the furnace core for now. You head back and recuperate. If you're lucky, perhaps tomorrow you can return to the overworld.
Ooh. A seriousness of breakfast. Oh, and a shadow. What do you have to say?
At daybreak, the Guardian shall be a glittering star, illuminating the people's path. At nightfall, the Guardian shall be a flickering flame, comforting the people's soul. Oh, so many years. Have I been following lies this whole time?
Hey, maybe you should find someone to talk to. Don't let it get you down. You can share your feelings with others, you know? Do you think keeping it all to yourself is doing you any good? You let that status of yours go to your head, huh? Afraid to show weakness? That's why you're keeping so much bottled up inside, right? This isn't the overworld. We don't do envy and etiquette down here. Whatever's on your mind, you can say it.
I just want to be clear in myself first. These fragments of history, the teachings I studied, it's all muddled together in my mind. I don't know what I should believe.
No, you just have to be clear on what you should do. You've spent long enough living in lies, Bronya. This is your chance to break out of the cage.
Bronya is definitely growing on me as a character. Like, seriously, I'm really, really enjoying her character. There is a battle down here, so I feel like... Is there a chest behind it? There is. Right, let's do this then. Goodbye, everyone.
Well, now that we're done with that whole situation in the underworld, we can finally look for the Stellaron.
We can, yes.
But thinking about it, I feel a bit bad about Clara. We promised her that our talks with Svarog would go peacefully.
Yeah, he attacked first.
You tried your best to persuade him.
I did.
It's my fault for not preparing better for such a situation in advance.
I didn't mean for you guys to start beating yourselves up over it. Look on the bright side. Things turned out all right, didn't they? Now everyone knows that the real problem here is the Stellaron, and they're willing to help us out. All in all, the mission is going super smoothly.
But we still have a lot left to figure out. For instance...
Who is this Sampo character? Why does Kokoli have it in for us? Where is the Stellatron? All of them.
Exactly. We don't even have the Stellaron's coordinates and location. Kokolia's sudden change in attitude is also very curious.
Yeah, that was my second pick.
We still haven't put all of the pieces together.
Actually, I've been having some dreams.
Dreams?
Oh, I remember you mentioned something about strange dreams before.
I sound crazy, oh my god.
All three dreams were the same, with Kokolia and that other voice.
It would be weird to call it a coincidence.
The Stellatrons are connected.
I'm wondering if these dreams aren't just random. If there is some meaning behind them. Maybe you're having them because...
Because of the Stellaron inside him?
Exactly what I said.
That's my hunch, but I have no proof.
Well, then that's as good as nothing for now. So, what should we do when we get back above ground? After all this talk, we're still back at square one.
We solve a puzzle one piece at a time. Let's get some rest. We'll talk to Wildfire tomorrow and get to the bottom of this. Also, there's still one more key character we haven't talked to yet. Her connection to Kokolia may be the key to cracking this mystery.
Bronya. It's Bronya. Oh, hey. Are you back? How did it go? My legs are sort of running around. Neutral immunity. Thank you. Right. Will do. I would like to have a rest.
You're back! I've heard from Wildfire that you helped resolve that whole situation with Svarog. Amazing.
Amazing.
It must have been exhausting. Please have some food and get a good night's rest.
I will try my best. suppose we should get a good night's sleep. Or get some sleep, sorry. Is there anything in this room? No. Right, let's just get some rest. Alright. Oh, are we gonna have another dream?
Over there. See that? That used to be the worst street in Rivet Town. And it's also where I grew up.
Oh.
My friends and I used to wander those streets, thinking about where to find our next meal. That is, until Chief Oleg got me out and took me to the orphanage. There, I learned to read and write from Natasha. At the age of 10, I started to patrol the mines with Oleg, occasionally getting into fights with the local thugs.
No, of course.
That sounds nice.
Nice? You being sarcastic with me?
Oh, no, sorry. Life in the underworld is difficult. I shouldn't be speaking about it so lightly.
You're always so serious. It really gets on people's nerves sometimes, you know?
Right. What I meant was... I kind of envy you, Zila. For as long as I can remember, my days have been an endless cycle of studying, etiquette lessons, and training. Every day, all I hear is, remember who you are, Bronya. This is against the Architect's admonishments, Bronya. Ladies shouldn't use such foul language, Bronya. Some may envy this kind of life, but I have felt trapped. When every choice and every goal has already been made for you. You probably can't imagine how that feels.
No, I can't. But more importantly, what kind of foul language were you using?
Oh god.
In the name of the Architects, I shall stick this spear into your nostril.
That's it? Oh, that's nothing. Looks like I'll have to teach you some underworld slang before you go back.
I really like them together.
No, that won't be necessary.
It'll be better than poking people's nostrils, at least. I never thought that I'd be here having a heart-to-heart with the future Guardian. As a kid, I didn't meet many people who lived in the overworld. I only heard stories from the grown-ups and figured you were all just a bunch of cold snobs.
I've heard from some Silvermane veterans that before the orders were made to seal off the underworld from the overworld, there was no difference between the two places. Everybody ate the same food, chatted about the same topics, celebrated the same festivals. Even though times are different now, things like the joys and sorrows of life, the ties between people, these precious things must certainly still connect us all. If there is a way to bridge the gap between the two worlds, we can definitely go back to the time when you and I were not divided, when we could stand side by side against the Eternal Freeze and the Fragmentum.
I'm not like you. I don't have that many grand plans for the future. But if that's the future you want, I'm willing to build this bridge with you.
Thank you, Zila. Your trust is very important to me.
Speaking of which, what are you going to do next? What Svarog revealed must have made quite an impact, huh?
Yes. I thought I was prepared for anything, but... as long as I am the Guardian's successor, those truths will come out sooner or later. But why does my mother hide it from me? And why does she want me to hunt down the outsiders who know about the nature of the Stellaron? It doesn't make sense. I thought it over. There's only one thing I can do. Go ask her directly.
You... hold on. You're not really going, are you? Alone? You can't. This plan is...
I've already thought it through, Zila. I am Madame Cocolia's daughter. That will never change. Be it my duties as her heir or as a Silvermane guard, I must face my problems head on. Even if...
Bronya.
This is for you, Seela. Please help me pass it on to the outsiders. If I am unable to see you again, they'll know what to do.
No.
Okay, I understand. You've made up your mind, and there's nothing I can say that will change it. But remember this. If you run into trouble, I will come to save you, no matter what.
Then I'll be waiting for you.
Oh, I love them together.
So, did you come to this spot when you were a child?
Of course. I just didn't appreciate how nice it was at the time. Very nice.
Oh, I really do like them together. Really like them together.
That was a good sleep.
Oh, good. Cheap room.
I should go meet up with March and Danhong.
Bam. Let's go. I'm so excited to see where this takes us. Right. Let's go.
Took you long enough, sleepyhead. We've been waiting all day.
Was it nice?
I've noticed that our sleep routines don't match up. You either keep getting up in the middle of the night or snoozing away until the day's almost out. Unacceptable. You gotta work on your teamwork.
That's me in real life as well.
Did you have a dream again last night?
So that's why you slept for so long.
Well then, let's go find Wildfire to discuss our next move and see if they have any new discoveries.
Okay.
Let's go! I can't wait to finally get back above ground.
How do people get like vitamin D and
We
stuff?
have plenty of time.
Do we? Do we have plenty of time? Life is fickle. Right, anyway. There's not an existential crisis right now.
Oh, look who's here.
Hi.
It's the Bane of Svarog, the big hero of the underworld. And the other big heroes, Dan Hung and March 7th.
Were those lines rehearsed?
Where's Natasha? Is she here?
She has a bunch of other things to attend to, so I hope you don't mind talking to this old man instead.
I don't know.
I speak on behalf of Natasha. By the way, sorry for keeping that whole thing about her being the actual leader of Wildfire a secret.
Doesn't matter anyway.
I'm glad you don't mind. Natasha is always cautious, but she has no ill intent, as you surely have noticed. She told me to make sure you return to the overworld safely. I gave it some thought, and I think the safest way is to ask this fella for help.
Oh god.
I brought you down. I can take you back up. Free of charge. Satisfaction guaranteed.
There's no need to knock us out this time, right?
Of course not. This time, we'll go back through the furnace core.
Just tell us the path you used before.
That would be problematic and dangerous. Trust me, we should go through the furnace core.
Ugh, enough chatter. Just be a good guide.
Hold on. What about Bronya? Why isn't she here?
She already went back. As you know, she has some things to settle with the Supreme Guardian.
What? She just ditched us and went back? How could you let her?
She has her own plan.
Exactly. She has a lot of responsibilities. I don't completely understand, but I trust that she's trying to solve the problem. Oh, right. Bronya told me to give you this.
What is it?
She left us a letter. Could this be one of those open in case of emergency letters? I've never gotten one of those before. Should we wait until we run into something dangerous?
Stop overthinking and just open it.
Oh, God. Hunter Alex, March, Danghung. By the time you read this letter, I should have returned to the overworld and be on my way to see my mother. I apologize for not telling you my plan. I was afraid you would strongly object, which might sway my resolve. Madame Cocolia raised me up, and I will never be able to repay her kindness. She taught me countless life lessons and virtues, as well as how to defend Belobog and its people. Even though she has lately made certain decisions that puzzle me, I can't let go of all the precious memories I have with her. I must communicate my point of view and thoughts to her honestly, and seek to arrive at a mutual understanding with her. This is my goal as a daughter, but also my duty as a Silvermane guard. But I am afraid of the risks I might face on this journey. So, if I fail to win my mother's approval, or if something happens to me, please forward this letter to Landau siblings and ask for them help. Several and Geopard are honourable people with immense power in Belobog, and I have complete faith in them. I am sure they will unreservedly help you in your search for the Stellaron once they see my seal and handwriting. Bronya Rand.
Brother and sister Landau? I know the brother must refer to Gepard, but who could the sister be?
Several, it literally just said.
Oh, Serval! So she's
Serval.
Gepard's older sister.
Are they actually siblings? Maybe the sister refers to Geopard.
Hey, stay on track!
Sorry.
Sampo, do you know the Landau siblings?
Landau? Yeah, we're old friends. I've mostly dealt with the younger brother in the past, but the sister, she's much scarier. Today's supposed to be a day of celebration, so let's not talk about it right now.
Okay.
We can set out at any time. Just come find me when you're ready.
Are they canonically siblings? Continue after reaching Trailblazer 24. Oh. Okay, well, we're pretty much there. So we need to do the Equilibrium quest. Alright, so I guess it's a good place, well, to stop this. Hey everyone, let's go.
Well, my friends, are you ready to head out?
I am. Let's go.
Wonderful. Remember to bring enough food and drink to refuel on the way. We have a lot of steps to climb.
I think I missed a piece of paper. Ooh.
Mother, I have returned.
Bronya, I thought I'd lost you. Where were you? Are you hurt? I'll fetch the butler right away.
No, there's no need. I don't want to see Sebas right now. Sorry, Mother. I'm fine, really. I just got into a few skirmishes down in the underworld, but nothing I couldn't handle.
The underworld? Oh, I see. In that case, report everything you saw. Commander Bronya.
After the failed pursuit at Backwater Pass, the wanted outsiders and I were somehow taken to the underworld. Because of the difficult situation we were in, we formed a temporary alliance to help the residents of the underworld resolve a few issues of survival. We also defeated an ancient robot known as Svarog and learned some truths about the Stellaron.
I'm listening. Go on.
Oh god.
Madame Cocolia, it is my firm belief that the visitors from beyond the sky are not the villains we had imagined before. I witnessed them take up arms in the name of justice and risk their lives for the sake of others. I can also ascertain that they did come for the Stellaron, but only to relieve the disaster it has brought upon Belobog. Mother, You've always known the truth about the Stellaron, haven't you? Well, the responsibility of bearing that truth will fall upon me one day. Such is the burden of being Guardian, to carry these secrets for eternity. So, I ask you to forgive my defiance, but I believe that the order to dispatch the Outsiders was a mistake. To solve the problems brought on by the Stellaron, the architects waited hundreds of years. And those Outsiders may be the...
Enough!
Oh god.
Arrogant. Ignorant. Oh, you disappoint me, Bronya. You merely glimpsed the tip of the iceberg, and now you think you know everything. You spend a short time with that underworld scum, and suddenly you have the audacity to question my orders? Guards! Take Bronya.
They are not scum. My entire life, everything you ever kept from me. I remember it clearly now. This time I am standing my ground, Madam Guardian. And please, stop dismissing me with vague excuses. Tell me what you have seen. What exactly it is you are hiding. Why do you send the Silvermane guards to die in the Fragmentum? Why have you abandoned the people of the underworld? And why? Why did you have that sudden change of mind?
I see. I knew this moment would come sooner or later. I just didn't expect it would be so soon. You want to know why I gave those orders? Is that right? Do you believe you're ready to learn the truth?
Yes. I am ready, Mother.
Then come with me, Bronya. It is time you heard it. The voice of this dying world.
Oh god, what's going on? But she already knows that's the Stellatron talking, doesn't she? Or does she not? I can't remember.
We're finally back. I forgot what fresh air tasted like.
Oh, what flavor is it?
Freedom. Cold. Mainly cold, actually. Let's go. Where's our next stop? We should find somewhere to put our feet up. As long as it's not Goethe Hotel again.
Classic unreliable Sampo. He probably guessed we'd ask where his hiding place was. No sooner are we back in the administrative district than he sneaks off.
We should hide in plain sight to the hotel. As a friend in need is a friend indeed. Let's find Lanta. Yeah, let's go find them.
The bro or the sis? If you're talking about Japard, we should be careful. He's a top Silvermane guard. He'd probably get a medal for every one of us he brought in. Don Hung, what do you think?
I think it'd be best to pay a visit to Serval Landau.
So, you think we should avoid Japard for the time being, right?
He's an elite officer of the Silvermane Guards. It wouldn't be easy to get to him. Besides, if he hasn't been persuaded by Branya's letter, we'd be walking right into the lion's den.
Makes sense. Guess we better head over to Serval's workshop then?
But we must keep a low profile. We're still wanted fugitives.
What's wrong, Zila?
Nothing. It's just a little... new. The last time I was on the surface, I was still a child. I have no memory of any of this. The overworld and the underworld. We've been cut off for so long. I'm okay. Let's go.
We do kind of stick out like a sore thumb, though.
There are so many Silvermane guards on patrol. Is it usually like this?
No. I don't remember the security being this tight last time. Might have something to do with us. The Supreme Guardian has probably learned of our arrival already. Bronya.
Okay, there's something I want to try. So this thing... Wait, come on. Oh no, I thought there was a thing you could put in it. Yeah, here you go. I want to put one of these in. Recycled. Oh, I got solid water. Interesting. I didn't expect solid water, I won't lie. Anyways, are they actually going to do anything? Hi! Come on. Okay.
Who is it? Shop's closed today. You'll have to come back tomorrow.
It's the radiator fixers.
Huh? Ah, I remember. The three outsiders. Wait, why are you still strolling around the city? Do you know the Silvermane guards are looking all over for you? Quick, act natural and get inside. Don't get spotted.
Okay, I'm trying. Damn.
All right, you'll be safe here. My workshop has pretty good soundproofing and barely anyone comes in. Just what crime did you commit exactly? They recalled a bunch of guards from the front line to track you down. It's unprecedented. Now they're patrolling the whole city and everyone's in a panic.
Oh, we just...
Not yet, March. Bronya said we could trust you completely.
You mean to say you don't trust me completely?
Not yet.
Good. That's smart of you.
Oh.
But you needn't worry. Kokolia and I aren't even on speaking terms. It was her that ejected me from the Architects. I refused to stand with her. I don't believe you guys would do anything bad. And the Architects are going to need conclusive and publicly available evidence for me to think otherwise. Besides, I know the Architects, and if they did have any evidence, they would have released it by now. I know Kokolia's style. Get everyone into a frenzy first. Most people in a frenzy don't stop to ponder the details.
Do you know Kokolia well? So what details have you been pondering?
Me? None. What Kokolia and the Architects get up to has nothing to do with me. My time is too precious for pondering. These days, I just spend my time fixing things in this workshop and playing music. It's a pretty carefree existence. If I'm not careful, I'll start boring you all with sob stories from the past. Let's get back to you guys. If long-lost Bronya told you to come here, you must have something important to tell me. You can trust me. I know our paths have only crossed once before, but my intuition tells me you guys are good people. And I've got good intuition, by the way.
We may as well tell the long and short of it from start to finish.
Ooh, I'm the best storyteller. Let me.
Okay.
Try not to embellish the facts.
So that's what's been happening. No wonder we hadn't heard from Bronya recently. After all these years in isolation and without a single word from below, this is what's become of the underworld? I believe you. There's no way you could have invented all those twists and turns. What's more, we have Miss Seela here as living proof. As for the Stellaron, I know why Bronya got you to find me.
Why?
When I was still one of the Architects working in the Scientific Research Division,
oh,
I was researching the Stellaron.
Oh!
I never thought I'd hear that word again after being expelled by the architects. Come on, I'll tell you everything.
Well, that was unexpected that she was one of the researchers. Oh, okay. Let's go.
Only a very few people in Belobog know of the existence of the Stellaron. Those that do would never associate it with the Fragmentum or Eternal Freeze. But according to the data recorded in that robot, Svarog, the architects dug out the truth long ago. The research results were purposely hidden away to ensure that the outside world would never know of them. Just my luck. Out of all the research topics I could have chosen, I insisted on the Stellaron. It's clear now that anyone who wanted to get closer to the truth would have been expelled or abandoned. Maybe I should be thanking Cocolia. All she did was push me out. She could have decided to take a more permanent measure.
How much do you know about the Stellatron?
I figured out that the Stellaron and the Fragmentum were linked, so I was already close to the truth. It's a shame that the architects ejected me before I could discover that the source of the Fragmentum was the Stellaron itself. Before I lost my position, I was applying for permission to survey the Stellaron directly. It was my research topic, but I'd never even set eyes on it. My research was all based on historical data and lab simulations. Not long after I submitted my preliminary report and application, I received my punishment. It was obvious that somebody didn't want my research to continue. Cocolia... It's been so many years since we last spoke. We were great friends once. There was nothing we wouldn't share. She became a completely different person when she took on the Supreme Guardianship. The convictions she once held, her enthusiasm, it was like they were drawn out of her by some mysterious force. She gave the order to expel me herself and refused to see me. I never understood that behavior, and I gave up trying to use logic to work it out a long time ago. Sometimes I even wonder whether she really did become a different person. Is that possible? Perhaps there's a single guardian consciousness that gets handed down from generation to generation, and the real Cocolia has already vanished. Is she being compelled by previous generations of guardians to make such baffling decisions? Who knows? But this might make for good songwriting material.
Yeah. Can we talk to Geopard?
Japard?
Oh, Japard.
Not a chance. He's a decent guy, but also famously uncompromising. For my brother, orders are more important than anything. Even if you stuck Bronya's letter to his forehead, he wouldn't be swayed. You need to choose your words carefully if you want to persuade him of something. It might be best if I talk to him. Though, I'd need a strategy first.
Do you know where the Stellatron is?
Yes. I never observed it directly, but I used lab simulations and outbound surveys to establish a rough location. According to the survey results, the Stellaron is likely to the north of Belobog, somewhere in the vast snow plains.
We must locate it as soon as possible, ideally before Cocolia takes action. Can you tell us the way?
Not a problem. I was thinking the same thing. But I'm afraid telling you might not be enough. The area to the north of Belobog has been more or less swallowed up by the Fragmentum. If you want to get to the northern snow plains, you'll need to get past the Silvermane Guard restricted zone on the front lines first. Even if you get past the restricted zone in one piece, you'll have a whole heap of Fragmentum to deal with.
Silvermane Guard restricted zone?
Yes. That's where the main force of the Silvermane Guards is stationed. They've consolidated their position there in order to resist the encroaching fragmentum.
It sounds like the three of us and Zila might not be enough. Why don't we go back underground and get Wildfire to come with us?
Could do.
I fear we may not have the time.
What do we do then, Dang Hung?
Hey, enough pessimism. Back in my official capacity days, I spent a lot of time in the north. I got to know the soldiers and officers on the front line very well. This calls for brainwaves, not brawn waves. How about I take you over myself?
Okay.
Really? Great! Phew. It's less scary if someone you know is leading the way.
I want to see the Stellaron too, you know. It was my research topic for over a decade. You don't get that many decades in life. That's settled then. There's no time to lose. We should head out as soon as you're ready.
I am very much ready. Ooh.
Darn it! I forgot my brother said he'd be around today. Find somewhere to hide, quick! I'll handle him.
Where exactly?
Japard! It's you! I didn't think you'd have the time to visit with things so tense on the front line.
Things are manageable. The latest wave of monster attacks has slowed. I'm back in the city to take care of a few matters, but I'll be back on the front line later. I thought I told you.
Ah! Oh, yes. That's right.
Sis, you look a bit pale. Did something happen?
No. Why would anything have happened?
You don't normally use my full name.
You said you hate it when I call you bro in public. Well, I agree. It'd sound better if I started using your full name. Right, Brosif?
You can call me whatever you like. Look, Serval, I'm here on official business today. There's something wrong with the barrier generator device, and the engineers in our unit don't know how to fix it. I need you to take a look.
Those guys can't think outside the box. Of course they can't wrap their heads around my design. I thought it was something big. Leave it here. I'll take a look.
Sorry to trouble you.
Why are you being so polite? Oh, and why is the city under curfew all of a sudden? Has something happened?
I've been instructed to keep it quiet.
Come on, it's your sister.
Little Jeppy.
Jeppy!
So grown up now, looking down on his civilian sister.
Don't say that. Forget it. If I don't tell you, Palo will.
Yeah, tell me.
Last night, Lady Bronya suddenly appeared. She entered Klapoth Fort without saying anything to anyone. The Supreme Guardian is worried that the 3 intruders may have followed Bronya out of the Fragmentum and back into the administrative district. She issued a curfew for the entire city and ordered us to pursue and capture any suspicious individuals.
Ah, so that's how it is. No wonder I haven't heard from Bronya. Is she all right?
I'm not sure. She hasn't left Klapoth Fort. The Supreme Guardian just said she'd returned. Nothing more.
Well, I was sure worried about her. After she disappeared, Pela's workload doubled. She said she barely had time to go out.
She really does tell you everything. Oh, by the way, I left my Goethe Hotel limited edition flask behind last time I was here. Let me have a look for it. I think I left it over...
Wait!
What is it? You seem pretty off today, Serval.
It's, right. You remember how you neglected all those flowers to death? I piled them all over there during a bit of spring cleaning, and now they smell terrible. So, don't go over there.
Seems like a strange reason not to take a look. Plus, am I supposed to believe you were spring cleaning? You must be up to more forbidden research.
No.
Am not? How dare you? What do you take your sister for?
Never mind. This is your space, and I shouldn't intrude. I've got business to take care of. Bye for now.
Hey, wait a sec. Those intruders. I wanted to ask, what crime have they committed?
They're plotting to overthrow the architects and bring harm to the city.
Huh. Reminds me of the accusations against me. Cocolia's methods haven't changed.
Don't say that, Serval. I know that you're still nursing a grievance against the Supreme Guardian, but this isn't a joking matter.
You're telling me off again? Fine. Whatever, bro. You better be going. Come listen to Pela in my next rehearsal.
I will, if I have the time.
The coast is clear. You can come out now.
Phew. I nearly suffocated. What kind of plot device was that?
I almost lost my cool when he went for his flask.
This is bad. Bronya's in danger. We have to go save her.
We will. We have to do...
Attempting to storm Klepoth Fort by ourselves? Forget it, Zila. I don't care how skilled you are, I'm not sending you on a suicide mission. Rest assured, Cocolia may have changed over the years, but she never hurt Bronya. I'm certain of that.
You sound like Bronya herself. I don't get it. You guys are against Cocolia, and yet in some ways, you seem to trust her completely.
It's one of those things where it's like two things can be true at the same time. You can understand that she's doing it for the best of the people, but also you can be a horrible person, but you can still treat certain people differently. Is Geopard going to the Silvermane Guard restricted zone?
Didn't you hear him? He said he needs to take care of a few matters in the city first. If we're fast enough, we can stay out of his way. Come on, let's go to the restricted zone. If we can get ahead of the curve and find the Stellaron, Cocolia will be out of options.
Alright. Oh, yeah. Equilibrium level. I'm going as fast as I can, game, I swear.
Is Bronya really safe?
You care about her, huh? You must have become close friends.
Close is a bit much.
Come around and have
but
a look.
I made her a promise.
Relax. She's the strongest girl I've ever seen.
I can believe that.
Oh, they've jacked up security all right. How the heck are we gonna sneak in? Serval, we need one of those brainwaves.
Oh.
Leave it to me. Stick close, guys, and don't get spotted.
I will try my best. Are we going to talk to them?
This is a military base. Trespassers aren't allowed in. Wait, isn't that... Ha! Serval! Long time no see.
Hi.
Well, if it isn't Franz. Long time no see. You still watching the entrance?
Well, you see, you haven't changed, Serval. Still nailing us to the wall. So, what brings you over here at this hour? And who are the guys behind you?
My brother said the restricted zone energy lines were malfunctioning. Told me it was urgent. He doesn't trust those contracted maintenance workers, so he got me in for free. These guys are my assistants. We need to overhaul all the installations here.
I didn't hear anything about the energy lines malfunctioning.
Oh, please. This is a technology division issue. Why would they tell you guys? Come on, let us in already. If the heating system goes down in the middle of the night, are you gonna be responsible for all the frozen corpses?
She's so cool, oh my god.
No, that's, not something I could handle. Seeing as you're Captain Japard's sister, it should be fine.
Yeah, should be fine.
Okay, here are some temporary passes. Oh, and remember to give them back to me when you leave.
Thanks, Franz. I'll put in a good word for you with my brother and get him to promote you.
No, Captain Japard hates all that under-the-table stuff. I'd have a better chance if you don't mention me at all.
Fair enough. Well, that was easy. Oh, I clicked off the game. Sweet. Anything else to break? Oh, a chest. Oh, and a thing.
If there's medicine, it'll come in handy.
Who are you? Damn, look at that shield. And that spear. Oh, that's so cool. Anyway, let's carry on.
See? That was easy.
It was, yeah.
You're Japard's sister, all right.
I don't want people to see me that way. I'm doing this for you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be using my brother's name.
Thanks. Kabam. Right. Oh.
Do you see that mechanical gear bridge? When you cross over to the other side, you arrive at hell on Earth.
There's a robot over there. What's exactly on the other side?
An endless fragmentum, a few exhausted Silvermane guards, and the stench of death in the air.
Sounds appealing.
If we want to progress further north, we will need to cross that hell. Are you ready?
We've come this far.
Exactly. We've got nowhere left to retreat.
Let's go then. First, we need to think of a way to get to the other side. I helped set the underlying mechanisms for this type of gear bridge. It's controlled via different terminals in combination. Let's go find them.
Is Japard on frontline duty a lot?
Yes, but what made you ask that all of a sudden?
It's so dangerous. Don't you worry about him?
He's a Landau.
Okay. Puzzle.
Nope. This terminal's offline. We can't control it from here.
So what's the plan?
Look for another. Every platform linked to the gear bridge should have a similar terminal.
I never would have guessed that Japard and you were brother and sister.
I can't say I blame you. We're nothing alike in personality or interests. In our family, we have a strong military tradition going back generations. Many a Landau has died in their prime. There's not a lot of brother and sister time. Everyone just does their best to get on with their life.
Huh. Sweet. Ah, I'm gonna have to follow, aren't I? I forgot about this. I guess we're gonna find out. Oh.
Can't activate it. It seems like someone severed the energy supply to the terminals.
So someone deliberately trying to cause trouble.
Huh. You know, the more I think about it, the more it seems deliberate. With the front line on high alert, they must have rotated the bridge to make it impassable. Then they cut off the energy supply to the terminals to avoid accidental repositioning. Or to prevent deserters from escaping. That way, even if the front line were to collapse, the Fragmentum monsters wouldn't be able to make it to the other side.
They cut off their only retreat.
Bronya was right. The Silvermane guards really are risking their lives to protect Belobog.
Just my conjecture, but I doubt it's far from the truth. My brother mentioned that they've had to use extreme measures to repel the Fragmentum monsters. Let's press on. We can't activate either of these terminals, so let's look for the energy supply installation itself.
Alright, let's go. Why are you just chilling with a robot?
Aren't you the maintenance people? What are you doing over here?
Maintenance?
You can't just go wherever you please in the restricted zone. Get to work.
I'm doing maintenance things. We're not going to talk about that? Okay, nothing else. Ooh, things. Hi. Next one, here we go.
That's it! The thing's shaped like a giant iron ball.
And it's behind a gate. What are the odds?
Its formal name is the Mechanism Energy Hub. It's connected to all the energy lines. I would have thought it covers the entire restricted zone.
No wonder it's so heavily guarded.
One unit for everything? That's a disaster waiting to happen. We learned the hard way.
As long as we can gain access permissions to the hub, we can operate the gear bridge terminals.
Won't this cause a commotion?
That's why I told them we were here for urgent maintenance. The frontline equipment needs servicing just as much as the rest.
So that's why you went for maintenance. Way to go, Serval. I thought you just came up with it on the spot.
Come on, let's see if that guard over there will let us pass.
Are we gonna have to, like, sweet talk him or something? Hello.
Yo, evening, soldier.
Are you the emergency engineers? I saw you guys hanging around. Did you find the problem?
I recognize his voice.
Not yet. Everything looks normal so far. I think the problem is stemming from the energy hub. If you let us in, we can do a routine service inspection. I've worked on various iterations of this type of installation.
No. No can do. No one gets near the energy hub without the security captain's encryption key.
Not even the Supreme Guardian?
The Supreme Guardian? Hey, no games, you hear? No dice without the encryption key.
Ah, darn, this guy's not stupid.
You need the encryption key, right? Which captain should I bother then?
Captain Dunn's resting up ahead. Go and find him. If he grants you permission, I won't stand in your way.
Done? Why didn't you say so? No problem, we'll be back in a bit.
Do we know him? Oh. Chest? Chest, haha. Why are you looking at the... You know what? You do you. Whatever makes you happy, sir. Even though it is pretty weird.
Serval, this Dunn, do you know him?
You bet I do. We go way back. He's easy to talk to. Watch me persuade him.
Okay. I can do that. I just wanted to double check. Ooh, targets. Just wanted to double check while they were talking. Right. Oh, it's him. Oh, it's one of these guys.
Hey, done. It's been a while. I didn't know you made security captain.
Serval, it's been a long time. You're still so... You look good.
Wow, he's smitten.
Allow me to introduce my assistants to you. They help me take care of business at the workshop. Everyone, this is Captain Dunn, an old friend of mine. He used to be an ace on the keys in the band.
Oh.
Oh, you play rock and roll too? Cool.
Pleased to meet you.
Something smells weird. Great seeing you.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Oh, what's that weird smell?
Zachary, how many days has it been since you showered?
Ah, Zachary.
I showered right before my shift.
Sure, Zachary, sure.
What did you say?
I haven't showered in 2 days, sir.
Is it him?
Unacceptable, especially in front of visitors. Apologies for the embarrassment, all.
It's him.
It's not a big deal, Dunn. You know, if you get a chance, would you want to get on stage with us again? My keyboard guy is pretty good, but I still miss our military days playing in the band.
That was a long time ago, Serval. I haven't touched a keyboard in ages. Besides, I'm stationed here all year round. I'm afraid I don't get many chances to return to the city. Though I don't stand on ceremony. How may I assist you? If everything's in order, you'd better head back to the city. It's not safe here.
I've checked the lines. There don't seem to be any major problems. All that's left is the energy hub. The guard over there said that I needed an encryption key to open the gate. Can you help me out?
We'll be on our way after we run a checkup. Don't be hesitant in front of your dream girl. I'm not saying that. That's too obvious. But I want to say it.
Anything wrong, Dunn?
Sorry, Serval, but can you tell me what Captain Japard told you?
Huh? Oh, let me think. Hey, sis, the energy supply lines in the restricted zone have malfunctioned. Those useless engineers can't find the problem. Something like that?
And may I ask, when did he contact you?
This morning? Yeah, that's right. He's on urban patrol duty today, right? That's why he popped round and asked the favor.
Aha.
What?
Captain Japard just returned to the front line. I could reconfirm with him?
Huh? Hold up, he's back? That can't be. He was still in the city a little while ago.
You haven't changed, Serval. You're still a lousy liar. These people you've brought, they're not workshop assistants, right?
Oh god, he's on to us.
Serval, it's not that I don't want to help you, but you should remember that I'm a Belobog Silvermane guard. How about this? You can leave, and I won't tell anyone about this incident. But the outsiders must remain.
There goes the negotiation.
Serval, you should go. Sorry for getting you involved. You should go. She tried to help us out, but, you know.
I brought you guys here, and I'm standing with you till the end.
Oh, thanks.
Dunn, this concerns the fate of Belobog. No, the fate of our whole world. Please, don't stand in our way.
We're gonna fight him, aren't we?
Serval! We used to rehearse together every day. You must understand. My rock and roll soul is to uphold the dignity of a soldier.
Oh, that's cringy. Oh, here we go.
Great.
Right. Right. I wonder what moves he has. Ah! Why are you gonna attack her?
The time is now. Lend me your strength.
Right. Oh no,
We've
I
entered
didn't mean
the
to do that.
storm. To guard and defend. Crush them!
Sounds like more business knocking.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies.
Again, I never get old of this. It never gets old, sorry.
Sampo Koski always
Bye.
tried this on for size.
Right, hopefully that will give us wind shear.
Savor the vigor of life.
Bye. Oh, we just had to defeat
Serval?
him.
Why?
I'm sorry, Dunn. Time for a little nap.
Oh, I love that.
He's just unconscious. Don't worry.
Sorry, I hit him too hard.
Stubborn fool. Strong, though. Wildfire lacks people like him.
Got it. The encryption key. Quick, before we attract attention, let's...
Oh, chest.
I think we attracted attention.
Oh god.
That's the enemy attack alarm. Every Silvermane guard in the reserve zone just became our enemy.
How do they know it's us, though? Come on, let's take them out.
We've made it up till now. I could lose an arm and a leg for all I care. I have to lay eyes on the Stellaron.
I really like
back
her.
to the energy supply hub. Anyone that tries to stop us is gonna find out a thing or two.
All right, let's go.
If I'd known he had the encryption key from the start, I could have snuck in and taken it off him myself.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, Sela. Activating the gear bridge alone would have been enough to expose us.
Ooh. Someone there. No. I'm just going to get through these pretty quickly, because I don't think it's going to be too difficult. Especially with Sela.
Don't mess with me.
Why do they have machines?
Let me end your misery.
Literally no other character has been able to do anything. Sorry, I was gonna skip this, but like, Sela is amazing. Unless I'm just over leveled, but I love her so much. She's such a cool. Oh, got more.
This battle is
Kabam.
We're just having fun.
Sorry, some of the
we shall
characters make
take
fun
back
of
what we lost.
Oh, this guy's got a giant gun. Wait. Okay, we'll do some battles. Wait, what does
What
that
a headache.
do? Yeah, I understand. Okay, I don't know what that does, but sure. Right.
There's always a weakness.
Sela, come
the
back.
time is now. Lend me your strength.
Nice. Doodle. Nice.
Let me end your misery.
Nice and easy. Sweet. Okay. I'm glad I saw him, to be honest.
What are you waiting for? The customer is king. And for me to portray the king, well, you gotta make it worth my while.
I think in the next video,
You are afraid of me.
I might switch my team up a little bit, as I really do like using Sela. But like, I haven't seen any of the other characters, ultimates and stuff, so maybe we'll get some of the characters we haven't. I can definitely swap out Sela, Sampo, and probably Bronya. Although she is a great support for Sela, I won't lie. So.
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Kabam.
Let me end your misery.
I love her so much.
You'll pay for this. The time is now. Lend me your strength. Don't mess with me.
You're so cool, Sela. Oh my god. Nice.
What a headache.
Oh.
Who's next? This battle is unavoidable.
I want to do this.
We've entered the storm. To guard and defend.
Sorry, I know I keep saying this, but like, these ultimates, they never get old to me. I absolutely love
the time
them.
is now. Lend me your strength. Don't mess with me.
Sweet.
Let me end your misery.
Oh, we're here. Cool. Yes.
We're in.
Oh, it's open! Oh, thank you, Dun!
Thanks, Dan. Sorry we knocked you out. Bam. Alright.
Give me some time.
I'm trying.
Who designed this operating system? It's so unintuitive.
Maybe that's the point.
Emergency fire evacuation system. not that. Rock and roll dance floor atmosphere mode? Who the heck added that? And they used one of my songs!
Done!
Gear bridge control terminal. Still found it. That's it. I've reset the energy system. Let's go and operate the gear bridge terminal.
Let's go.
Serval, won't more Silvermane guards be waiting for us on the other side of the gear bridge?
Yup.
Then what's our plan?
Fight.
Well, either we reason with them or charge straight through the blockade. Let's play it by ear.
Careful. There's a big guy up ahead.
It's fine. We got it.
There's
Kind of
no
looks like a
other
face.
way. We'll have to fight.
Let's do it.
If we can beat Svarog, we can beat this one. Let's go.
Let's go. Oh damn, they gave you no choice.
Illusions of the past.
I love that sound at the end of her ultimate. I don't know what it is about it.
We shall take back what we lost.
We will. Control it. Let's go.
Energy restored. System online. Certification enabled. Come on, come on. 40%. 65%. 85%. We did it. We've gained access to the gear bridge. Let's move.
Alright, let's go. Damn.
Perfect. Okay. We need to get to the front line.
We could have a problem. Your brother may be there.
He probably is. Hopefully we don't bump into him, but if we do, we'll just have to try and talk to him.
Are you sure you can convince him?
I've probably got a 30% chance, or less.
Meaning it could end in a fight.
Haven't you noticed yet? Most of our convincing ends in a fight.
I mean...
We need to be sure, Serval. If we can't reach a common understanding with your brother, will you stand with us?
Of course. My word is my bond. I said that I'd stand with you to the end, and I won't go back on that promise.
She wants to see the Stellatron. Makes sense if you spend...
Before our next expedition, I need Himeko to teach me some negotiation skills. Beating people up all the time is cramping my elegance.
I haven't fought with Japard since he enlisted. He could never beat me when we were little, but now...
what was I gonna say? Can't remember.
Show your courage.
Serval.
Oh, he's just right there.
It really is you.
Wait, Japard, listen to me.
When the sentry reported to me, I thought there must have been a misunderstanding. The enemy alarm had to be unrelated to your entry into the restricted zone. Perhaps the intruders had taken you hostage. And yet... Step away from the intruders, Serval. Walk over slowly and stand behind me. You're different from them.
I'm sorry. We have an understanding. I stand with them. Give me a few minutes, just a few. I'll explain every...
Enough, Serval. Have you forgotten where we are? We Landaus ought to know this place better than anywhere. The outer reaches of the front line against the Fragmentum. Belobog's most strategic protective fortress. Every Silvermane guard here, every person here, is ready to sacrifice themselves. Ready to spill their blood for Belobog at a moment's notice. Yet here you are, leading fugitives into the restricted zone. Attacking my Silvermane comrades in arms. Hijacking the energy hub. Are you really worthy of the Landau name?
Why do you think I've come here? We found a way to dispel the eternal freeze, to seal the Fragmentum. It might be the only lifeline this world has left.
If that were true, why wouldn't you report to Madame Cocolia? Why would you sneak into the restricted zone and create chaos?
You don't understand. The one preventing us from getting close to the truth is Cocolia herself.
You have all seen the Supreme Guardian in person. Do you think you can act as you please because she didn't recognize your version of events?
Listen to me, Gepard. The origin and spread of the Fragmentum is linked to the Stellaron. The meteorite in the Architect's records, it's...
I know about the Stellaron. It's exactly what the fugitives behind you are seeking. But the Madam Guardian has already revealed the truth to me. These people have ulterior motives, Serval. They want to steal this treasure from the Architects. The Madam Guardian has warned me before that you were indulging in fantasy, that you'd been exposed to forbidden knowledge, and that you would bring destruction down upon Belobog. I believe you, Serval. I believe you think you're acting with loyalty to the people. It's just... Guards, formation. Arrest these people. We could be inundated with Fragmentum monsters at any moment. We have no time to waste on them.
The forbidden is only forbidden to conceal the truth within. Cocolia's afraid that we'll seize on this knowledge, that the truth will spread far and wide. To save the world, we must risk it all. I've said my piece. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Regardless, you should know by now your sister's never been one to back down. If there's something or someone you can't abide, you should stand up and resist. And if there's something you uphold, you should uphold it to the very end.
Well said. Oh, look at my
Save your
smile.
explanation for the judge. You are charged with sabotaging the Silvermane Guard restricted zone. In my capacity as captain, I hereby order that these fugitives be arrested.
Try it.
This isn't like our childhood game, Serval. You won't get any leniency from me.
The barrier hasn't been fixed yet. Don't try and be a hero, Gepard.
Didn't I tell you? All our negotiations end in combat.
I love March. She's so growing on me. So much. Oh. That's interesting that they did it on...
Great.
Oh, I know. Oh, 10%. That's decent. Ow. Rude.
Resistance is futile.
Ow.
This
Rude.
battle is unavoidable. The time is now. Lend me your strength.
It's a bit weird that we're using Bronya here, but you know what? I love it. Nice. Another 10%. Do a bounce. Do this.
What are you waiting for? The customer is king. And for me to portray the king, well, you gotta make it worth my while.
Nice.
Naughty children, don't listen. Nap time.
I'm just gonna hit him because of that.
Mess with me.
Stay focused.
Because of that.
Free from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies.
Because I remember battling him before and he
Illusions of the
summons. Ooh, that was real nice. Ow, why do you always attack the healer?
Sampo Koski always takes...
Right, cool, wind shear.
You're in bad shape.
Nice! Easy battle. What are you going to do now, huh? Huh? Huh?
This guy knows how to put up a fight. I've never come up against anyone this relentless.
He just won't go down.
He's as stubborn as I am. It could be an argument or a fight. He'll do both to the death. That's why he bugs the heck out of me. That's enough, Gepard. Take a look around you. You're the last man standing.
He's going to do it until he's the last man.
Even if I am, I won't yield.
We don't need you to yield.
We don't want you to yield through force of arms. That wouldn't be a victory for us.
Yeah, our goal is the same as yours, Serval's and Bronya's. We just want to preserve this world. There's no reason to turn against each other.
Japard, brother, surely now you can see the need for pragmatism. Even if you don't believe my outsider friends, you should believe me. Maybe I've wasted your trust. In which case, believe Bronya.
Lady Bronya?
Oh yeah, I forgot about the letter. Oh, the cards are back.
There's nothing more to say, Japard. The decision is yours.
As a captain of the Silvermane Guards, I am duty-bound to carry out the orders of the Supreme Guardian.
Fine, I've still got a fight in me.
But Lady Bronya is the commanding officer for the front lines. According to military protocol, if the frontline directives of the commanding officer clash with those of the architects behind the lines, a soldier must remain at their post and await further directives.
Oh? Thank you for understanding. That's a nice interpretation of the rules, dude.
For the Silvermane Guards, the Guardian's orders are paramount and absolute. But there is something of equal importance in the oath we take.
The people of Belobog.
People of
If we
Belobog.
lose the people, we lose the reason for our existence. Our fight with the Fragmentum monsters is for the sake of preservation. But our fight with you, I fail to see the purpose. If you are truly able to prevent our endlessly unfolding misfortunes, then the people of Belobog are indebted to you. But if you are using lies to mask your true intentions, using my sister and Bronya for your own ends, I swear by Klepoth that I will carry out your punishment without an ounce of mercy.
Deal.
They're not lying. I promise you.
You must be Zila. You are a skilled fighter. Your combat style is nothing like that of the guards.
Regardless of what you believe, these guys have been a great help to the underworld. Many people would vouch for them.
I'm sure. If you want to advance further northward, you must traverse an area entirely corroded by the Fragmentum. It's the only way to get to the snow plains on the other side.
I can do that.
The guards can give you some time before the next wave of attacks is upon us.
Oh, everyone's just around here. Alright, let's see what they have to say.
I gotta admit, I had a lot of misunderstandings about the Silvermane Guards. They're fighting for survival here every day, just like Wildfire. The difference is we're making a stand for freedom, while they're just carrying out orders.
That's why we have to try and put ourselves in their shoes.
Put ourselves in their shoes? Easier said than done. Everyone has their struggles, but how can we understand them if we can't even see each other?
Very true. Do you understand Bronya's struggles?
Of course I do. I've understood them for a while now. But as far as I can tell, she doesn't need other people's understanding. She needs to understand her own heart. It's the same with Japard. I could tell it took a lot for him to lay down his arms. I think I can already hear the storm on the other side of the city walls. Not a reassuring sound. I hope Serval's right. That supreme lunatic better not have harmed Bronya.
Is there anything this way for us? Or is this where we've just come from? Oh, no, look, chest.
Ample supplies.
Ample supplies. Right, okay, let's go talk to Serval. Is there only those two?
You see? Brothers and sisters need to have a scrap once in a while to get back on good terms.
True. Sorry for getting you involved in this.
Enough apologizing. My ears can't take any more. Honestly, this would have happened sooner or later. You just gave me an excuse to bring everything forward.
So, this is how brothers and sisters normally coexist?
What's wrong with a bit of violent coexistence between siblings? Seems pretty normal to me.
Yeah, sure.
I'm pulling your leg. Since I left the military, my brother and I have always steered clear of certain sensitive topics. Thinking about it, perhaps he's just been looking out for my feelings, shielding me all along. Knowing my temper, my brother almost certainly went to great lengths on many occasions for me. I should be thanking him.
Let the Stellaron hunt begin.
Let's do this. I may never have come face to face with it, but this Stellaron cost me a nice, stable job. It's time to get even. Actually, I have another selfish motive. I want to prove to Cocolia that I was right. Once we've taken care of the Stellaron, maybe she'll go back to how she was.
Maybe.
Sorry, hardly the time for me to be obsessing over all this.
We've got this.
As I mentioned, if we want to progress further north, we're gonna have to cross that hell. Still, look at it this way. Just another arena to showcase our skills, right?
Exactly.
Now, if you're ready to get on stage, let's push for that standing ovation.
Alright. Yeah, see what I mean? Like, if you stand this way, she just looks like a guard. But if you stand this way, she looks like a punk rocker. Right. Oh, there's a thing here. There's a thing here. Are they... The fragmentum that they're talking about, is that monsters? Or is that, like, Svarg stuff? Interesting. I wonder.
As soon as the restricted zone gate is open, the monsters on the other side will turn out in full force. The guards will do their best to stall them and buy you some time. Once you've broken through the front line, there's nothing more we can do for you. You'll have to find out for yourselves what lies within the northern fragmentum.
Okay.
So, have you made up your minds?
We are ready. Right, are we ready? We are ready. Let's go.
Understood. Keep your weapons close. This will be a fierce fight.
Okay.
Guards, open the gate.
Open the gate. There's only three of them.
Dealing with attacks like this every day.
It's a common occurrence. Guards, formation.
Well, I'm gonna make sure I don't owe the guards any favors when this is done.
Don't worry, you will not. You are amazing. For Bronya.
Here they come.
Steel yourselves.
Ooh, it's like some epic battle. Again, it's on my face. Right. Let's do you first. Sweet, you're dead.
Let me end your misery.
This one. Sweet.
You'll
okay.
pay for this.
Bronya, support.
The time is now. Lend me your strength.
Doing it.
I'll free you from your chains.
Got it.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Let me end your misery.
Sela Solo. Who are we talking about? Okay,
We've entered the storm.
if I use this, we get one back because of her...
And defend. Crush them!
What's it called? Light cone.
What a headache.
Get you first. Yeah, I think I'm slightly higher level
Let
than...
me end your misery.
Let
Who's
me end
next?
your misery.
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past! Let me end your misery.
Seela's so cool. Like, she really isn't like owing the guards anything.
The more the merrier. These guys are nothing. Hold the line.
Damn right, Seela. Oh.
This battle is unavoidable.
This battle is unavoidable.
The time is now. Lend me your strength.
Right.
What a headache. Who's next?
We're just having fun.
Sweet. Oh, let's do this.
What are you waiting for? The customer is king. And for me to portray the king, well, you gotta make it worth my while.
I love the fact that he uses daggers.
You're in bad shape.
Sweet. Oh, okay, that's it. What's up?
I told you, Japard, the barrier hasn't been fixed yet. Don't try and be a hero.
This is only the first wave. They'll have reassembled soon.
It's fine, we got it. Let's go.
I have to.
Hey, Mr. Silvermane. Listen to your sister. I can tell just by looking at you that you haven't fully recovered.
Outsiders. Zila, the second wave hasn't started yet. Make the most of this opportunity and make a break for it.
She's not coming.
Huh? Serval, aren't you gonna look for the Stellaron with us?
My brother can't hold them back by himself. He wasted a lot of energy on us. He's my responsibility now. Besides, if I'm not here to help, I don't know what might happen in the next wave. I want to go with you. I do. I always wanted to catch a glimpse of the Stellaron with my own eyes, and now it's so close. But I can't abandon my brother and the other guards. I'm a Landau. It's up to you now. I believe in you. You've given me new hope. Get hold of the Stellaron before Cocolia realizes what's happening.
We can't abandon you either. Please come with us.
Serval's right. Let's
Ow.
go.
The guards have opened up a way through for us. We can't let them down.
Hey, March. Don't forget to take a picture of the Stellaron for me.
Say no more. We're good at this. Don't worry.
I'm sorry, Saval. God, we're really... Oh, my microphone's in the wrong place. So we're really getting into the meat of it now, aren't we? Oh!
Fragmentum activity is intensifying. Something's happening on Urilo 6.
It's not us.
Shouldn't we go down there, Himiko?
Himiko.
Have faith in them. Besides, this is his first trailblazing expedition. How will he be able to look back fondly without a few twists and turns? Are you bored, Welt? I understand. But we have lots of opportunities ahead of us. Let's leave the memories of this expedition for them.
So you think they'll be safe, right?
Yes. We haven't seen any Eon or Emanator level imaginary reactions. Relax.
Oh.
This is a young person's adventure. We shouldn't interfere. At most, we could offer a little off-site assistance.
How is my question?
Is this the Fragmentum Japard was talking about?
Compared to this, the corrosion we saw in Backwater Pass pales into insignificance.
How can we pinpoint the Stellaron?
Serval said that the Stellaron was very likely hidden in the snow plains north of Belobog. If we want to get there, I'm afraid we'll have to find the exit to this Fragmentum maze first.
Guys, does this place feel weird to you? It feels like there are loads of eyes staring at us.
This place makes my flesh crawl. Like there are insects under my skin.
Ew.
We have no guide and no way of detecting the Stellaron. We'll just have to advance gradually and cautiously. Don't be disheartened. The stronger the fragmentum contamination, the closer we are to the source.
Okay. There's a frozen guard. Dang. Alright. Oh, there's a monster there.
Oh, look! Up ahead on the ground. What is that?
Be careful. Think twice before you interact with anything in the fragmentum.
This is... Bronya's!
We found it at the orphanage.
Yeah, so she's been here already?
Oh god, she's here?
Whoa! Quick, look!
What?
That's Bronya! Huh? Is that Cocolia too?
Oh, she's...
No, it isn't them.
She's showing her the Stellatron.
It must
Stellaron.
be a kind of echo? Some type of residual energy replicated by the fragmentum.
Which means they were definitely here, right? And it looks like they went that way.
Alright, we'll go too.
Just in time. We had no idea which direction to take. Let's go.
Amazing. Oh. Oh, it's the snow globe.
We're deep inside the fragmentum. There could be hidden dangers lying in wait. Let's look for other clues first.
Oh, I was just getting a chest, March. Oh, look. We can... Oh, we're actually...
Still haven't told me what this place is, Mother.
700 years ago, this was Belobog's northern border, and the site of an ancient battle. Here is where Elisa Rand led the first Silvermane Guards in resistance against the Legion.
Rand?
Now, it is nothing more than an abandoned corridor, filled with the sounds of old world echoes. Don't let its fragmented appearance fool you, Bronya. On the day the promise is fulfilled, these ruins will become the breeding ground of a new world.
Mother, do you truly believe the Stellaron's promise? It summoned the blizzard beyond our walls and opened the door of the fragmentum. It destroyed our civilization.
And yet, the crime of our ancestors was their inability to embrace that destruction sooner.
Ma'am, what?
What?
From the moment those intruders descended from beyond the sky, this world was handed a death sentence. But the Stellaron has reserved for us a thread of hope. There is a price to pay for new life, wiping away every decaying vestige of the old world, renouncing the meaningless and lingering struggle. This is the price the Stellaron demands. When the promise is fulfilled, Bronya, no longer will we have to squander our lives guarding this wasteland. You and I will witness the new world rise from the ruins.
No.
Huh? Oh, I can't see her last name. Oh, I thought I could see her last name. That's why... Oh, game. What are you doing? Databank. Can you see their last name? I'm pretty sure they're Rand. Not you. Oh, maybe you can't. Saval. Voice, story, character details? Oh no, the Landows. That's right. Okay, sorry. I got my names confused. That's why I don't want to double check before I said anything. Alright, let's carry on then. Sela, we're going to lead with you.
This is a complex mechanism. How did they get past?
I knew this wouldn't be simple. Wait! Wasn't there some big energy hub-looking thing back in that empty area? Let's go back and take a look. Maybe it's linked to this gate.
Okay.
I can't say I like the idea of interacting with our surroundings, especially this deep into the fragmentum. However, there's no other way. Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Huh. Even Don Hung the Sensible has his adventurous days.
Cool. Ah, there's gonna be 4 of them?
It worked, right? But the gate didn't move an inch.
Are there other units around?
It's clear that whoever designed these mechanisms didn't want outsiders to get through too easily. Let's keep looking for the energy hub.
Alright. Oh. Oh, okay, the game's gonna tell me. Very nice. Oh.
Look, over there! I think I can see the next unit.
Oh, I see it too. Let's go.
And I see monsters. Kabam, kabam. Right, this shouldn't be too bad. We have Seela.
What a headache.
She's literally, Oh, these things are a bit more difficult.
The time is now. Lend me your strength.
Don't mess with me. Let me end your misery.
Oh, okay, we're fine.
Sampo Koski.
Savor the vigor of life.
Bam. Cool.
We shall take back what we lost.
Okay. I don't want to do too much exploring at the moment, but also I really do. But I know that you got... Oh, should we do... Oh, we'll do... Oh! Wait, we're here. Ah. Okay. Please follow instructions. Oh, I didn't realize we were here. Oh no, I think we're at a different gate. Oh, I can't get there yet. No. Alright, well we gotta destroy this thing, so... Bam. Right.
Who's next? Let me end your misery.
Let me end your misery.
This battle is unavoidable. The time is now. Lend me your strength.
Yeah, battles are getting quite trivial, I think, with this team, just because Seela is so good. Oh, also I have seen some
Are
of the...
those monsters guarding the energy hub?
It seems like it.
Oh.
Strange.
Nope, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do that. Sorry, I didn't realize they were going to carry on talking. Dang. Sweet. Another one done. Nice. Yeah. Oh yeah, so I saw a few of the characters.
Did you hear that? This mechanism must be on now. Come on, let's find the next one.
I'm going.
Where is the next mechanism? Oh, behind that gate.
There's no switch. We need to find a way around.
Gotcha.
I've never seen such a desolate place. At least in Rivet Town, you could tell that people used to live there.
Rivet Town is only at the outstretched fingertips of the corrosion. Now, we're deep in...
What is this? It appears to be a cavern of corrosion. No one is sure, but it's scattered in those caverns. Oh, this is relics. So it increases the max damage that can be absorbed by shield. Oh. So is this a thing that's like there's only a chance to... Oh, it's 40?
Success! Another mechanism shut down.
Yay.
I want to ask you a question.
Okay. Ask away.
Do you still remember those dreams you mentioned to us?
Yeah.
I know you're wide awake right now, but I need you to try. See if you can recall the voice you heard.
Close my eyes and meditate. The voice comes to you. Oh. Oh, I hate it.
Well?
The voice, it knows we're getting close.
This is merely speculation, but perhaps the voice you heard is the Stellaron somehow conveying information to Cocolia.
Maybe.
And the one in your body is resonating with the Stellaron on this world.
Huh? You mean that Stellarons can communicate? I've never heard that before.
Well, there's never been a human that could accommodate a Stellaron in their body.
Am I human, though? The Stellaron has already warned Cocolia.
Then, aren't we walking straight into a trap?
Yes. And Bronya may well be the bait.
Don Hung's speculations are usually right on the money. But even if we've guessed right, we can't go home now.
There's no way back anyway. At least Cocolia won't catch us off guard now. So what if it's an ambush? We're not about to lose now. I have to save Bronya, beat Cocolia, and crush this Stellaron thing to dust.
Oakley dokley. Oh, I keep getting solid water. Right, so it looks like we have that one left. How do I get there, though? Because... that just takes me back there. Maybe that's the way I have to do it.
Is this right?
I don't know.
If you want to get to the other side, we'll need to rotate the gear bridge again and go around.
Go around? How exactly? Oh, I know. Wait a minute. Yeah, I got it. Okay, sorry. Yeah, we want to go back this way. That's right. Gotcha. I know how to do puzzles. Oh god, what is it with all the red dots on the map? Oh yay, thank you. Didn't inherently mean to do that. Right. I'm so interested in where this is going. I feel like we're coming to the end of this chapter.
It took some effort, but we finally cracked these mechanisms.
We're one step closer to Bronya. Let's move!
Alright, let's go. What does this do? Oh, that's that, okay. Just wanted to make sure in case. Ooh, and a chest. Very nice.
Are these echoes too?
Yes. The fragmentum here seems to have made a special connection with Cocolia. It's repeatedly generating forms in her image.
Weird. Hello?
I don't understand. Even if the truth is as you say, every generation of Guardian has resisted the call of the Stellaron. Can all of them have been wrong, Mother?
Do you still not see, Bronya? There is no right or wrong here. Some of them acted out of human pride, others out of human short-sightedness. Our ancestors, including Elisa Rand, spent their whole lives trying to prolong this civilization. Then, after all fell still, their memories were scattered by the blizzard. They spent lifetimes writing songs of praise that lauded the bravery of humanity, but couldn't spare the time to gaze up into the stars. To those entities of greater magnificence in the heavens above, 1,000 years is but a passing moment. The attainments of insignificant beings, nothing more than a footnote. I shall not follow the Guardian's misguided steps down that blind alley of narcissism. If persistence is futile, then one must choose a new beginning.
But Klipoth, the Preservation, are they not one of the magnificent entities you speak of? Is it not their strength that has sheltered Belobog this entire time?
The Preservation. Has the Preservation ever looked humanity in the eye? Nothing more than an arrogant delusion of the architects. Oh, you will hear the real voice of magnificence, Bronya. Then you will understand my choice.
So... Okay, I'm probably going to be wrong about this. Can I... Oh my god. Sweet. Okay, thank you. Stop with the red dots everywhere, please. Yay, tutorial. No, wrong one. Stop. This one. Can I have a look at the eons? I'm pretty sure I can. So... Nanook, that's it. So... I believe that Nanook is the one that supposedly created the Stellarons, right? So, of course, the Stellarons are gonna be like, oh, let's destroy the planet. Because, like, that's kind of what they were kind of created for, supposedly. So, like, she probably obviously doesn't realize that. So, it's almost like the eons are talking to her, but really they're talking to her in like a twisted way because each eon obviously wants a certain thing, is what I'm guessing. So of course if you're gonna talk to people or humans, you're gonna...
Whoa, check this place out. Tables and sentry posts? There must have been Silvermane guards stationed here once.
If there were, they left a long time ago.
Oh.
Looks like another completely new monster.
Considering where we are, it would be surprising if we didn't run into strange enemies here.
She looks like a god.
I don't care how strange it is. It's blocking our way. Let's get it.
Okay, give me a second. That design is so cool. Oh. Oh no, she's gonna...
Show your courage.
This, again, the enemies are so cool. Honestly, the enemies are one of the reasons why I'm really, like, thingy to this game. So who... Oh, no, not you. Who are you? Thunderstorm Condemnation? She's so cool looking. The weapon designs in this game, the enemies and everything. Like I said, the enemies are one of the reasons why I wanted to play this game. Like, I saw a few trailers of them and Himiko. But, yeah, it surprises me every single time, and I don't really know why.
The redemption.
And I've also tried to stay away from spoilers. Oh. Yeah, I've also tried to stay away from spoilers like crazy.
Lend me your
Oh, I
strength.
should have waited for this. Whoops.
We've entered the storm.
We've entered the storm.
To guard and defend. Crush them!
Don't mess with me.
Yeah! We're just having fun.
Yeah, of course, Sampo. Right, nice.
For your sins.
Ooh! That did more damage than I expected.
Nap time.
I love her little nap time. Goodbye. Right. Break yours. But
Always a weakness.
do this.
The time is now. Lend me your strength.
It's fine, because then we want to do this.
I'll
This.
free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Nice.
Sounds like more business.
I've lost my way.
Ooh, that was such a cool ending. So, okay, wait.
This
they're probably
enemy
gonna
is
speak.
completely different. If I didn't know it was a product of the Fragmentum, I'd think we were fighting a human.
Unlike those random low-level Fragmentum creations, this one seems to have a mind of its own. It seems to be able to use complex tactics.
Look, Bronya and Cocolia's echoes. They must have come through here.
The voice is getting clearer.
That means we must be really close, right?
I guess so.
I sense that we're very near to the northern snow plains.
Okay, hold the phone. Sorry. Just heat up.
This is where the first Guardian led the Silvermane Guards into battle. She made huge sacrifices for the sake of temporary respite. But the otherworldly legion did not tire. She soon realized that flesh and blood could not contend with so ruthless an enemy. When all was nearly lost, she chose to set her sights on the Stellaron and made the first wish.
Wish?
As for what came later, you know as well as I.
So she created the Eternal Freeze?
So, the Eternal Freeze was a disaster brought about by a human wish?
Ironic, no? All the Stellaron did was answer humanity's call, and yet we kept its existence a closely guarded secret for centuries. Even going so far as to attempt to use it to control the Stellaron. Woeful. Laughable.
It?
Yeah, what's it?
Something created using otherworldly technology. An inhibitor that a corporation from the old world and the architects attempted to use to house the Stellaron. Oh, I know you have many questions, my daughter. Be patient. Soon you will have all the answers.
This is getting really interesting. Oh, there's another puzzle guy. Okay, you know what? Let's do it quickly.
Shall take back what we lost.
We shall take back what we lost. Oh yay, everyone's healed up.
It's that shadow of hers again. But Bronya's isn't with her this time.
Oh, I went too far.
Feels like this echo is different from the others before.
Intruders.
Huh?
Did she just speak?
You cannot approach.
What do you mean?
Not good. March, out the way!
The Stellaron.
She sounds possessed. Oh.
Intruders.
Great.
Oh, you go no further.
Are you sure this isn't the real her?
It may look like her, but the fragmentum can only create forgeries. Bring her down!
Ooh! Why do they all attack Sampo? Like, why do they hate him so much?
The time is now. Lend me your strength.
Oh god. Alright.
Headache.
Alright. Let's just get people's ultimates up. Okay, hopefully we'll get wind shear on you.
Savor the vigor of life.
Yeah. Okay.
Tremble before my power.
Oh.
I'm okay. You'll pay for this.
Oh, that's interesting.
The time is
okay.
now. Lend me your strength.
Don't mess with me.
Okay, I'm just gonna attack her. Just because I feel like that's
You're
gonna be
in
the
bad
best.
Troublesome.
Alright, perfect. We got the thing that I wanted.
World devoured by ice.
Oh god, you
Witness
froze me!
The avalanche.
Okay, maybe I regret my actions. Because this is pretty cool.
Just in time. Just a little something.
Alright.
Think nothing of it.
I definitely feel like I'm going to need a
Resistance is
healer on my
timely.
team at all times. Right, so I want this
The
on
time is
Sealer.
now. Lend me your strength.
Then I want... Okay,
We've
no.
entered the storm.
Then I want this.
To guard and defend. Crush them!
Perfect. So we have boosts. So now, let's do this. Then this.
I'll free you
Oh,
from your
we
chains.
broke the
Disappear
shield.
among the sea of butterflies.
So at least that will
Illusions
hopefully...
of the past.
The world that they brought.
Ooh! That's a good number for me.
She disappeared.
Those stairs. It's the only way forward.
Wherever they lead, it must be the end of the journey.
Oh no.
I don't want to get to the end so soon. I want my journey to go on forever.
It will, Mark.
This means that Bronya is up ahead. And so is the fate of the overworld and the underworld. It's all in our hands.
No pressure then.
Strange. I thought I'd feel nervous or afraid, but I don't. The only feeling I have is that none of this seems real.
This is how... Is this how trailblazing expeditions usually end?
Not always. Sometimes it's a happier conclusion.
The Express has traveled world after world. We are merely passing travelers, witnesses to part of a grander story. We invariably avoid getting drawn into turbulence that can decide the fate of a world, but there are always times when we have no choice but to act.
Or to put it another way, this is one heck of a first trailblazing expedition. You hit the jackpot.
Lucky me, huh?
I was about to bore you all with my gloomy reflections, but on second thought, not today. Adventuring with you guys by my side has made me feel like no obstacle is too big.
Right on. But you can say whatever you like. A good adventure shouldn't be full of rules and regulations. Helping those in need, befriending those worth counting on, and saving the world a few times along the way.
Is the spirit of trailblazing. Oh my god, I can't believe how close we are. Let's continue. I will upgrade my equilibrium level when I have the chance. Oh! Oh, there's a thing here that we don't know. The team must include the Trailblazer. Oh. Okay. Trailblazer, what are you running currently? I mean, I can level these up. So I mean, I might as well. Okay, why does it have to? And then you have this, which is, yeah, that's fine. I guess this is okay. Is that the best? I mean, it's the only... oh, we have... yeah, I think this is fine, right? Let's just level up a bit. Oh, we're gonna send it again. Sure, why not? Okay. Yeah. I think this is good. I don't know. Oh, I can oh, you know what? Actually, yeah, let's ascend you. Do I have enough? Oh, yeah. I've been farming this like crazy. This is why I was so over-leveled. Okay. Oh. We don't have any... oh, no, we have Stila. Okay, never mind. Alright, start. I'm confused why we need to bring the Trailblazer. I was going to call him the Wanderer then, for some reason. Oh.
It's freezing here. The blizzard's so fierce. The power from the Trailblaze path isn't enough to stop the cold.
It means that we're getting closer to the Stellaron, and the heart of the Eternal Freeze.
Okay, so I don't want to go too fast, too quickly. Bronya, we're going to get you out, just... okay. Is there anything around here, though? Doesn't look like it. Oh, I guess we are in, like, a domainy type of thing. Oh.
What is this? Oh, it's scary.
It's like an insect trapped in amber.
I bet the Antimatter Legion forces never thought they'd be swallowed up by the Eternal Freeze when they invaded this world. Even in the ice, could these guys still be alive?
Want to defrost them and find out? Oh, is this different? Should I make a joke? No. No. This is how you were.
I don't remember. It's a blank canvas.
Is this March's home? Because, like, I speculated that at the beginning.
Did the architects build this?
Oh.
Very different from the uniform style of the buildings we saw in the city.
Does it look like the palm of a huge hand to you?
Oh. Wait, is this March 7th's home?
If Cocolia threatens us by taking Bronya hostage...
we have to save her. The underworld... no. The entire planet relies on her.
Oh, this is creepy. Look at this guy. He's been, like, stabbed through the heart. Chest area. Oh, and the head. Oh. Right. Bronya. Sorry. Sela. I'm still getting used to character names. So sorry. I'm so excited for the ending of this.
No.
Do not resist, Bronya. Accept the common will.
No! I don't want this.
Look upon their promised future, Bronya. A world without poverty, without cold, without suffering. A world where people no longer have to pray like prisoners for survival. A world that we can guard for all eternity.
There's music in the background, damn.
700 years ago, we tried and fought unceasingly, believing that the radiance of human nature could shepherd us towards rejuvenation. And to what end? A crushing defeat.
Were the Antimatter Legion trying to get the Stellaron? Because they attacked us at the beginning because we had the Stellaron in us, right? Or like, presumably that's why they attacked the spacecraft. Because there was a Stellatron there and then suddenly we became like the host. So it almost like reactivated it and like sent out a signal almost. And then this one, the Antimatter Legion are trying to get to it too. Are they going after the thing? That's a thing that I haven't really thought about.
Why, when faced with irrefutable strength, is our first thought always to resist? To cover our ears instead of hearing the call? It is the conceit and cowardice entrenched in the depths of human nature. So difficult to efface. Cast them aside. Break free of the chains that bind you. The Stellaron will lead humanity to evolve, and they will.
Your brainwashing ends here, you witch!
Yes, Zila!
Zila?
She said she'd come for you.
I thought the blizzards had entombed you.
Huh. You wish. We're not going down before you do. Bronya! I don't know what happened between you and them. Even if you explained it to me, I probably wouldn't understand all the crazy details. But there are two things I do know. One, these guys have come through hell to get here, to seal this Stellaron thing. And two, do you remember what I said? If anything happened to you, I'd save you. Do you understand? Even if the damage is done, even if you've completely forgotten our promise, then I'm just gonna have to knock you out and bring you back myself.
We need you. Belobog needs you, Bronya.
Zila. All of you.
Finished? I think I've given you long enough to bid farewell. It's time I told you my other reason for bringing you here, Bronya.
Sacrifice.
I want to witness your choice. I have told you all the truths there are to tell. The deal with the Stellaron, the wish I made to it. There are no more secrets between us. Many years ago, the voice of the Stellaron sounded in my ears for the first time. I was no different from the previous generations of Guardians. I withdrew, refused to hear. I was as you are now, bitterly defending the Architect's so-called preservation. My conviction was once steadfast, unparalleled. Until a sudden change arrived and threw everything into chaos. Another choice appeared before me. A subversion of the old order. And the welcoming of a new world. And compared to the illusory, ever more distant preservation, this was so tangible. I have agonized, long agonized over how to convey all this to you. Inevitably, the promise tomorrow will transpire. But if you were not there beside me to watch over that new world, then I would descend into torment. Bronya. Enduring torment. Perhaps I should be thanking you, outsiders. The pressure you have imposed has at long last compelled me to confront my final weakness. Bronya, throughout your life, I have never forced you to submit to my will. You have always, will always have a choice. As then, so now. Choose, my daughter.
Madame Cocolia, I am grateful to you for raising me and for allowing me the privilege of choice. But I am sorry, Mother. On this, our final occasion, I cannot stand with you. You say that conceit and cowardice lie in the depths of human nature. Perhaps you're right. Desperation sheds a light on the darkest recesses of the heart. But what about those simply struggling for survival, fighting for something better? I've witnessed their light on the front lines, in the underworld, in places you have overlooked. Our ancestors built this city, striving in the bitter snow to prolong our civilization. Even if this world is doomed to fall apart, we should allow humanity to pave the way to its final outcome. Not hand over our fate to the seed of ruin. We are guardians, Mother, chosen from among the masses. Our duty is to preserve the world built by humanity. We are not gods. We are not arbiters. You seek to crush human nature underfoot while masquerading as an arbiter and a god. I cannot let you.
So, this is your choice. I understand, Bronya.
Is she gonna turn into some monster?
Pity. Such a pity that you will never see that resplendent world. Unable to free yourself from the shackles of your mind. You know what? You were supposed to be the mother of the new world.
The ground! It's shaking! What's happening?
That sign.
The fate of this city, of Belobog, is sealed. Its future will unfold in our hands.
What monster is she gonna turn into?
And you will become the foundation of the new world.
What?
You must break the old to build the new. The Supreme Guardian commands you. Rise, engine of creation!
It's one of the architect's ancient machines! Watch out, all of you!
Oh my god, it was a giant hand! Oh, Jesus!
This robot's 1,000 times bigger than Svarog.
Why did the architects create such a beast? I don't understand.
The time is now. Lend me your strength.
Yeah, why would the architects build something this big? It's confusing. I don't understand.
Engine, break them!
Ah!
Only a scratch.
What would... Yeah, no, but like, serious...
We have to stop it.
I know. I'm trying. Yeah, I'm confused. Why would the architects, one, build something this big, and what were they fighting?
What a headache. Who's next?
To need a machine this big.
Don't mess with me.
Ooh, it's, these things. Oh, sweet.
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
I wonder if there's going to be more information in the database afterwards.
Let me end your misery.
Did I just say energy restored? Oh, energy regeneration. Oh, it's you again. Oh, she's a different one. She's not lightning. Sweet. Damn it.
The time is now. Lend me your strength.
Okay, cool.
We've entered the storm.
Do this.
To guard and defend. Crush them!
This is actually really fitting that we're using this team. Right, I want to do this. Then I want to do this.
Let me end your
Then
misery.
I want to do this. Oh, no.
Free you from your chains.
Thank you.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies.
Right.
Illusions of the past.
Yeah, I really love that Seela and Bronya work really well together. Yeah. I love the fact that they work really, really well together, like, in a team. Oh, God.
That hurt.
Both in the story.
Like this down. Time for a shot.
And in battle. Ooh! She's imaginary? Okay. Ooh. The Astral Express! Oh god, the sound.
Himeko! It's Himeko!
Hello? Can you hear me? Gosh, the signal's terrible.
Hi!
Himeko! You finally spared a thought for us.
What are you talking about? Weldon, I've been up on the thing you the time. You've got quite the trailblazing mission on your hands. So, how did that guy work? Or, importantly, how do you stop him from work? Over to you guys, I guess.
Stellaron power? I don't know. Ooh!
I'll cover you!
Ah! Oh, I love this so much! Seela!
Grab hold of me!
Don't... Ah! Oh god, this is epic! Oh, that was such a cool scene.
Behold, the power granted by them.
Oh god, see, I knew it. She's gonna turn to start. Oh, hello, hi. Ma'am.
Listen to the power surge. Sing! The Stellaron's promise is the only hope for this world. Just as it dispelled the Antimatter Legion 700 years ago, so too will it wipe you from the face of this world!
Oh!
Stay alert.
My Traveler isn't leveled up that much. Jeez.
Rules are made to be broken.
Yeah, my Trailblazer isn't leveled up that much.
Batter up.
Batter up. Oh god, I don't know which one's better. 200 damage, but I get an attack boost.
Humanity, so weak and foolish, always overestimating their abilities. Let me bestow upon you despair!
I'm already there. Oh! What? Oh!
Is this the universe? But I was fighting Cocolia. Why am I here?
Why are we here?
The last time I came here, I drew Nanook's gaze. Could it be?
Yeah, Nanook, the Eon of Destruction. Ooh! Path space.
The commercial district has fallen. We've transferred the residents to the outer municipal district for the time being. The garrison lost 26 fighters. But
Go on, Japard.
I'm not sure that they're dead. I saw their broken figures lingering in the fragmentum. What happened back there defied all reason. It was madness. Madam Guardian, if this continues...
I know well the consequences, Japard. You may leave.
I knew it. I knew... I knew that the Silvermane guards that we were fighting were like actual Silvermane guards that had been like corrupted by the fragmentation. Oh, this is interesting.
Why do you hesitate, Cocolia? Isn't this what you've always been hoping for? Get out of this cage and take a look at the city. What is there to lose? The efforts of our predecessors, their unfinished research. We can finally see them come to fruition. Give me some soldiers and I'll locate the Stellaron and find out how to save our world.
You need to come to your senses, Serval.
Come to my senses? What are you...
Guards! Miss Serval is tired. Take her to rest. Sequester her lab and detain the researchers. Their work is illegal.
Why, Cocolia? Why have you grown so cold?
Serval Landau. You were my most cherished friend.
There is no place nor place for the promised new world.
Ooh. Okay, so what I'm getting is Nanook, the Eon of Destruction, created the Stellarons to try and like destroy worlds. And it is like one of their side effects is they try to like corrupt people into destroying their planet because of the ideals that she's talking about, like the world restarting anew, like wiping everyone off the face of the universe and restarting it. Like she's talking about restarting her planet in like a new world. Is that what Nanook wanted to do? And that's what the Stellatrons are. And so his mindset and the Stellarons' mindset are similar, which is what Cocolia is telling us. That's my theory at the moment. I need to do more research, but that's kind of what I'm getting at. Is he thought that the world was damaged because of maybe humanity? Maybe he saw like the bad side of humanity. Look, the moon's broken. Oh, there's a lot of broken moons. So, yeah, is that what's going on? He just wanted to create a new world because of the ideals about humanity kind of taking over, like she was saying.
Madam Cocolia, the monsters are surging this way. It's too dangerous here.
Foolish. Weak.
What? Madam, what are you saying?
Only I can understand. They have eyes that do not see, ears that do not hear. Feast on their willful ignorance! Absolve them of their stupidity and fear!
Okay. Although this... This is stunning.
Mother, I still don't understand. The fragmentum corrosion has already spread to the underworld. How will those below ground fend for themselves if we withdraw every guard?
The automatons will ensure their safety. The most important defensive position is here on the surface. If our lines crumble, the underground will vanish in an instant. Our defenses here must be maintained at all costs. These are the choices we make, Bronya. As a leader, you must harbor the courage and foresight to choose. You, me, and every Silver Main Guard in the city, all of us must carry out a higher mission. There will come a day when you must make your own choice. Do you understand?
Higher mission?
It is too early, Bronya. Still too early. You will understand when the time is right.
Wait, there's a child?
The city is drowning in tears. The power of the preservation is fading.
Guardians will? What?
We could not defy the will of the Stellaron after all.
Oh, Guardians, right, got it. Cacolia abandoned the preservation. This is not what the preservation would have wanted.
Ah, a believer, I see. The fragmentum had been expanding for the past 700 years. There is no faith nor wealth left for our successors. Only despair. To see the home we vowed to preserve wither away. That in itself is torture. Not to mention the haunting whisper of temptation. The day will come when even the strongest of wills cannot help but give in to such influence. It is only a matter of time before the Amber Lord forsakes us.
Then let others carry on the will of preservation.
You.
Me?
You are but a stranger to us. And yet you seek to bond your destiny to ours. So be it. What is there to lose when so much has already been lost? Touch the light of the Amber, Trailblazer. See if your will can attract their gaze.
Also, what is this? It's a Oh, it's like a... Oh, oh. What is that? Huh? Sir? Ooh! Where did I just come from?
It can't be.
It can't be what?
The will of preservation has made its choice.
Oh!
You know nothing of the plight of this world. Nothing of the wait for its final end.
Even if we are doomed to destruction, we will go bravely, walking hand in hand into the darkness.
No! That end won't come to pass while we're around.
A brave new world.
Stay alert.
An ally is currently being locked on. Please use... Wait, we got new skills?
Defend the weak.
Wait. He's a fire element. Gains a shield that absorbs damage. While the shield persists, enemy attacks will not reduce shielded characters' HP. Damage reduction, damage reduction. When there are 4 or more stacks of magma will, enhances basic attacks. I'm sorry, what? Oh. Okay, you're on defense. Treasure of the Architects. Wait! Wait! They have different powers due to the eons? Oh my god, I didn't... Oh, that's so cool. Okay, I didn't realize that was a thing.
This battle is unavoidable. The time is now.
That's so cool.
Lend me your strength.
I'm so glad I stayed away from spoilers, to be perfectly honest with you. Oh, that did take my HP though. Magma will accumulate when 100 Alex is attacked. Consume 4. Oh. Ooh.
Don't mess with me.
Fancy, I think.
You'll pay for this.
You'll pay for
The
this.
time is now. Lend me your strength.
Okay, this is really cool.
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies.
So does that mean it's going to be a bit like Genshin with the elements? Like we're going to be able to get one of each of the elements? Ooh. We have 4 again. Oh! The engine of creation is activated. Use it to destroy the Lance of Eternal Freeze. Wait, I'm controlling it? The ally target's action can charge the engine to unleash the Preservation Creation's wrath.
That'll take more than medicine.
Oh.
Nap time.
What a headache.
That's interesting.
I'm on guard.
Okay, so let's use this again. Oh!
Lance ablaze.
Wait, what was that?
Flaming lance. Forward!
Wait, I want to see the ultimate again. That was cool.
The time is now. Lend me your strength.
I didn't properly
We've
see it,
entered
to be
the
perfectly
storm.
honest.
To guard and defend. Crush them!
I want to see what the picture was on the
Don't
ultimate.
mess with me.
Oh, 4%. Oh, and she got burnt. And she's recovered from break, of course. Ah. Ah.
You're in bad shape.
Oh! Let's use it to end off. Yeah. Mother of Deception. Oh god, what now? Huh? Oh, she's got 2 phases. No!
The only redemption.
Lance at the ready.
Wait, I don't want to do this because we don't have...
Indestructible.
Okay, taunt you.
Savor the vigor of it.
What a headache.
Yeah, I still gotta use her.
This battle is... The time is now. Lend me your strength.
Okay, this is really, really cool. Oh.
The power of the Stellaron is with me! You are but cinders of the old world, soon to become ashes!
What is this song?
I will be the architect of a new world!
Just in time. Just a little something.
Wait, what is this song that's playing on in the background?
Your assistance is timely.
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear
Oh, it
among
stopped.
the sea of butterflies.
Oh no, it hasn't.
I'm on guard.
This song is so cool! The hell?
Don't mess with me.
I didn't... Oh, stop. Okay. Yeah, punch her! Damn. It started again!
Nap time. You'll pay for this. The time is now. Lend me
This
your
is such
strength.
an epic battle
What a
music.
headache.
Oh god.
Engulf the past.
Lance at the ready.
To the finish! Deceived me.
Oh!
This Stellaron promised us the future. It will engulf everything!
It's over.
Mother, did you wake up from that dream?
No way are you going from that epic battle music to this sad... I gotta process what just happened. One, that song was so cool. I definitely need to find that. I'm pretty sure Hoyoverse is going to release the tracks because they always do it with their games. Two, she actually died. I generally thought that there was going to be like a redemption arc, or at least she was going to get the Stellatron out and then go back to being herself. Nope, she just straight up... Oh god. Okay. Dangan, what are you doing? Oh.
Wow. That was a tough trailblazing expedition. We made it! But, what are we gonna do with the Stellaron? It's usually Mr. Yang who handles it.
I've informed Himiko and Mr. Yang already. They'll seal the Stellaron.
Nice! The crisis on this world is basically over, right?
The storm still rages on. Now that the Stellaron is sealed, the eternal freeze will slowly recede. Fragmentum won't aggressively expand anymore, but nor will it disappear. Eurilo 6 has a chance to return to life, but it will take time. It will depend on the efforts of the people here.
Thank you. All of you.
What do you want to do now? I can't think of anything funny to say.
This victory is only the beginning for Belobog. There is still much to do. The people will have felt the effects of the engine of creation. There are so many questions to answer, so many truths to reveal. I don't know whether I can get the people to accept all this.
Tell everyone the truth.
Can I really do that? Tell everyone about Mother's true motives? About a lie perpetrated for 700 years?
No. No. No way.
Seele.
I don't know how to explain it, but I don't think there's any other way. In the underworld, we tell the kids, things will be better tomorrow. Everyone knows it's a lie, but it gets them to sleep with some hope. Can you imagine the consequences if we told the people what happened here? They'd be devastated. If we can't trust the Guardians, who or what can we trust?
Mother died to preserve Belobog.
What?
The visitors from beyond the sky told her the secret of the Stellaron. She knew that Alyssa Rand, the first Supreme Guardian, had failed to destroy it. And yet, she decided to challenge its power. A power beyond human comprehension. Supreme Guardian Cocolia sacrificed herself to dispel the dark clouds enveloping this city. From here on out, that's the truth the world will hear. What do you think?
It keeps the hope of preservation alive, at least.
Good idea. Also, there's a whole playlist. There's a whole album on Hoyoverse's Spotify. Wildfire is on that. Oh, and there's the instrumental version. Oh, gonna listen to that later.
It's logical and hard to disprove.
Why do we have to lie? I'm abstaining. I like telling the truth. But I get what you're trying to do.
Agreed. Let's use this version. Maybe we can include some of the cool stuff we did. That little spark.
Sorry. I'll be sure to make it up to you. For many people, Mother was an outstanding guardian. The whole truth will live on in my mind. All the mistakes, madness, evil, dreams therein. I will be the one to carry that burden. Now, I must take over the duties of the Supreme Guardian and discard my naive fantasies. I'm sorry, Seele. Please, protect this secret with me till the end of our lives.
Say no more. I know what to do.
Thank you. Well then, As promised, let's start rebuilding the bridge between the overworld and the underworld. Sela, can you tell everyone in the underworld that the Stellaron has been sealed? Tell them the blockade will soon be over, and they will breathe freely again soon.
Of course. Leave it to me. Nat's probably getting anxious about the delay.
While you do that, I'll head back to the administrative district. I need to tell Jabard and serve.
Are you okay?
What's wrong, Bronya? Do you feel sick?
Huh?
I'm fine. I need to hurry.
No, what's going on?
She's exhausted. Quick, we need to think of something. You, help me out here.
You? Sela, take Bronya back with you. We'll go to the underworld and pass the message on.
Right. I almost forgot. You're still wanted by the guards. I might be an underworlder, but at least I don't stand out as much as you guys.
Really? With
Let's
those
settle
colors?
then. I'll leave Nat to you. Remember to keep the secret. For Brun... No. For Belobog's sake.
So, wanna tell us what happened back there? Don't think you can just reappear on the battlefield with a cool weapon in your hands and skip the story.
Oh. I saw Quillipoth, the preservation. That's the second time I've sacrificed myself for you, March. All of a sudden, I was infused with a great and terrible power.
You drew the Amber Lord's gaze? Right at that moment? That's too much of a coincidence.
He probably doesn't know what happened either. This wouldn't be the first time. Something similar happened when we faced the Doomsday Beast on the space station. Remember that glance from Nanook? Originally, we thought it was because the Stellaron was linked to the destruction. But now it seems to be more than that. We might need to speak with Mr. Yang to understand what's going on.
Will he know?
Let's focus on the business at hand first. We shouldn't disrupt Himiko and Mr. Yang while they're dealing with the Stellaron. Let's talk once we're back on the Express.
You're right. We need to finish what we started. Let's hurry up and find Natasha.
Oh! Oh, this is the splash art I was talking about. So Sela's in it, Bronya's in it, Gerapard's in it, and Sephiroth's in it. That's so cool. And I love the contrast between the colours as well. Trial of Equilibrium Part 2. Oh, Everwinter! Yes! I can play it on this express. Oh. What do you want me to do now? Yep. Oh. Okay, so he's a preservation now.
Look! There's a big crowd around the clinic! Do you think they felt the effects of the battle just now? Let's go ask around.
Wanna spar?
Okay. Yeah, the last one was pretty amazing. I had so much fun. Done! Why are you messaging me? How are you doing, Hunter Alex? Not bad. That's great. Listen, Hunter Alex. Our friendship began from our fight. After the battle with you folks, I meticulously examined the security of the restricted zone. I think it's time to hold a massive military exercise to raise some new recruits, vigilantes, and defense awareness. So, why are you messaging me? What do I have to do with this? I would like to invite you to be a main mill master and host the military exercise. Stop with the side quests, people. Please. Alright, let's do this.
Natasha! Oleg! Hope you didn't have to wait too long.
Oh, it's not an auto. Whoops, my bad.
Oh, it's them.
Hello.
You kids move fast. By the look on your faces, I assume you come bearing good news?
Mm-hmm. You bet. You might not believe this, but we summoned up all our strength and then...
Defeated the boss.
Maybe he should do the talking. I'm no good at serious stuff. I'll probably say something I'll regret.
The Guardian sacrificed herself to seal the Celatron.
We were there at the fight. We witnessed everything.
Sacrificed herself, huh? Sure, yeah, that's the whole story.
Cocolia, in order to save Belobog, she... I see.
So the massive tremors we felt earlier were a result of the battle, right?
Yeah. It was a hard-won victory.
Thank you. I can't even imagine what you've been through up there. I'm just glad everything turned out all right. Oh, what about Zila?
Don't worry, she's all right. It took a big toll on Branya, so Zila took her over to the guards.
Oh, good. I'm so glad you're all okay.
Now that Cocolia's no more, I guess our Silvermane girl is about to become the next Supreme Guardian? She sees things through and doesn't go back on her word. The underworld will thrive again under her watch.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we brought you a message from Branya. The blockade will soon be lifted. The people of the underworld will breathe freely.
Breathe freely. That's been our wish all along. March, Donhung, and you, can I ask for your help again? I want to get this news out to everyone. It'll lift their spirits and bring them hope.
Count us in.
Thank you. Choose whoever you like. Wildfire will take care of the rest.
We've gotten to know a lot of underworlders. Who do you think we should start with?
Mining team, yeah.
Roger that. You can leave the rest to us. If everything goes smoothly, this should be Wildfire's final mission.
Do you think the Great Mine was affected by our fighting on the surface?
Let's hope we didn't cause a collapse.
Oh yeah, the people from the Great Mine. Oh look, a chest.
Oh look, it's Antonia! The miners and vagrants are all in the same spot. I sure hope they're not arguing again. Quick, let's head over.
1 second. Yes. Okay, hello.
Here, take it. I'm afraid we're short on goods and materials right now.
Oh, well, we actually have enough for the moment. You hang on to it.
Hey, are you guys causing trouble again?
It's you! Oh, no, you misunderstand. There was a huge quake at the mine just now. Part of it collapsed. The vagrants here hadn't stopped to help. I doubt we'd have gotten everyone out in one piece. I was just discussing how to repay them. It's a shame the mining team's hard up right now.
You want to hear something really great?
Oh, to do with us? Yeah, I'm listening. Whoa, you mean to say that we're about to be reunited with the overworld?
Correct.
Are you serious? This has gotta be a dream. Good things don't happen to us.
They do today.
Today they do.
Oh.
And you're not dreaming. If you don't believe us, pinch yourself.
If things go back to the way they were 10 years ago, then the mining team can finally escape this poverty. And you won't have to rely on the charity of others. We'll finally be living with the dignity we deserve.
Let it out.
Thank you, outsiders, from the bottom of my heart. The mining team will remember you as heroes, as will the rest of the underworld. Please tell Natasha that we're ready to get back to work. If the cable car station can start operating again, we'll dispatch a mining representative to negotiate with the architects.
Hunt Alex Mars, Stanhope. The sealing of the Celatron is complete. The spatial distortion is dispelling. Good job. We should be back soon. Oh, I don't want to leave. I really liked this. Don't rush. Go at your own pace. Great. I'm craving some juice. Pom-Poms owes me a glass. How is Jahado 6? Not great. Even the influence of the Celatron has been basically subsided. The existence is too dim. The eternal freeze will last a very long time. Is there anything else we can do? Oh. I believe the high frequency of... interesting. Okay, don't worry. The energy is not related to the search on. Echo left. Oh, there's an echo! Sir, you type too much.
Mr. Yang put it nicely, but the reality is this. We sealed the Stellaron, but that's not gonna solve the problems on this planet. There I was getting excited to tell everyone the good news.
We did make a promise.
That's the cruelty of a Stellaron. Still, compared with some of the other planets we visited, at least this one has hope.
Oh.
So, should we tell everyone the deal?
We should tell Bronya when the time's right. Let's not dampen the spirit just yet.
I'm pretty sure I got everything in here. Natasha, hi. Huh?
Oh, is everyone all right?
I got very confused.
Thanks for your help.
Maybe next time we can send a group notification.
Sometimes face-to-face communication is more meaningful, don't you think?
Sometimes, yeah.
Now we just have to wait for the official news. I hope Bronya doesn't keep us too long.
Huh. Do you think Svarog and Clara felt the effects of our battle with the Guardian?
I think they'll be fine. Plus, Svarog's devotion to Clara is even greater than his hostility to Wildfire. If you're worried, you could look for them over at the robot settlement.
Alright, I could do that. Oh, robot. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about
Outsiders. For friends of Clara.
Yeah. Hey, Perkins.
How did you know that was Perkins?
I'm amazing, that's why.
Thank you for rescuing Clara.
Seems like Perkins picked up a stammer.
Its language module must have malfunctioned. Can you take us to Clara?
Outsiders are friends of Clara. Follow me.
Okay. Let's go. What's up with you guys? I kind of like love these robots, but also I really hate them because they remind me of spiders. Does anyone else get that? Ooh, look at them. Oh, chest.
You have visitors, Clara.
You have visitors, Clara.
Oh, it's the variables.
Hi. Another nickname for the collection. Nice haircut, Sarog.
Are you trying to start another fight?
There was a huge shaking just now coming up through the ground. Mr. Svarog said it must have been...
Recalculating. Conclusion. Engine of creation. 97.66% probability.
Old friend of yours?
The engine of creation was an immense construction machine created by the architects. It was not built to fight.
Oh.
Well, whatever. We won. Thanks to that giant robot, we were finally able to take care of the Stellaron. And Bronya made a promise. The underworld and the overworld will soon be reunited. Which means that you, Svarog, you won't have to worry about preserving the underworld for the time being.
March, everyone, thank you so much. I wasn't sure you guys would be able to do it, but now, Mr. Svarog, what do you say? You guys said you were travelers from other worlds, right? I want to be just like you. One day, I'm gonna go traveling to faraway places and make new friends.
Your future is yours to decide.
Calculation result. Update. Mission number 0001. Preserve the underworld. Complete.
Hey. Oh, new message. March, Danghang. Hatta Alex, have you seen this? This android can actually send messages. Your taste in stickers. What's wrong with the picture? I quite like it. Oh, just after closing. Oh, succession ceremony. We'll be there. I like how Danghang never responds to these. Okay, cool.
That's our Bronya. Oh. Quick as a flash.
She certainly moves a lot faster than some people I know.
You talking about
If
March?
you haven't got anything nice to say right now, zip it.
You made it. I thought you were about to miss out on a moment of history.
No way. After all our hard work, how could we miss out on the final celebration, right?
Right. I'll go sit at the children's table.
I don't know how much of a celebration we'll be having. But I know Hook and Clara will be pleased to sit with you. For Oleg and I, not to mention the other adults, reopening the passageway means rediscovering old ways of living. Return to normality. Survival is no longer the top of the agenda. But for the children who were born into this era, who grew up in this isolation, this will be a new life altogether.
Yeah, I bet.
Once you've tasted freedom, it's difficult to accept a life of separation and isolation. Those of us whose childhoods were marred by tragedy, we must strive to do better for the next generation.
I really like Natasha as a character.
I'm sorry. Here I am talking your ear off again. This is a day to remember. We should welcome it with smiles.
We should.
If you have time, talk to the folks here. Every one of them will tell you about their excitement. Then when you're ready, let's go home.
Okay. Oh, old man, hi.
Finally, I can get back to supervising the cable cars. I thought I'd spend the rest of my life in those mines. Ah, it's you, the liberators of the underworld. You're the first passengers we've had since being sealed off. It'll be my honor to get you to the surface in one piece. Oh, I'm afraid you might have to make an exception, mister. My license has expired, but then I haven't had the chance to go up and renew it for 10 years now. So, ready to climb aboard?
Not yet.
No
Just give me
problem.
1 second.
This car...
I just want to collect this. So any other things to collect around? Oh, can't go that way. Okay. All right, let's go.
Oh, ready to...
Yes, let's go.
sisters, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, gather round. The cable car passenger service is about to restart.
Yay! Let's go.
Whoa!
Oh, it's such a nice
Look at
picture.
the big blue ceiling.
Just take a picture of that.
That's not a ceiling, Hook. That's the sky.
Oh wow, that must
So
be
this
amazing.
is the overworld? The air here smells different.
Less rust and geomarrow particles floating around. Take a deep breath, children. This is what freedom tastes like. I never thought I'd live to see the administrative district again. All those years. We've been through a lot, Natasha.
You're right, Oleg. It's funny. The moment I boarded the cable car, my mind was filled with everything I wanted to do on the surface. But now, I just want to sit down, zone out, and watch the people coming and going. And let the day just pass me by.
Enjoy the peace and quiet, Natasha. We earned it.
Oh, I like that. The past presided over by Ion Anouk.
It's Japard. Is he here to meet us?
Oh, he's still on duty. Huh. He must have recovered quickly.
Let's go say hi.
Okay, we'll do. I just want to make sure there's nothing to collect. Oh, there's the briefcase. Oh, what can we get from here? Oh, I already got those. Okay, so they're all linked by the looks of it. I actually am gonna buy some of these because I feel like... Right, is there anything else to collect? Any other chests? Any other book things? No, there is a way up though. Is that... Oh, this goes into the city. Right, okay. Right, we don't want to go that way yet then. Stila. Oh, I did say in the next... Well, in this one I was going to change my team. I completely forgot. My bad. Hey.
Welcome back to the administrative district, Trailblazers.
Trailblazers. First time anyone's called us that on this planet.
The architects think it's only right that we should address you properly. Outsiders is hardly fitting anymore. Please allow me to apologize again for what happened in the restricted zone. You were only trying to help. I should have trusted Serval's judgment.
It's alright. You were just doing your job.
Thanks for understanding. Lady Bronya's inaugural address will begin soon. She asked me to pass on her invitation to you.
Why did the music get all eerie?
Uh-huh. That's sooner than I expected. Is she well enough to...
Not really. But Lady Bronya insisted on delivering the speech as soon as possible. She wants the people to understand what happened. The address will be held at Everwinter Monument. I hope the three of you can find time to attend.
Oh, we'll be there, don't worry. Okay, we do have a text message from Oleg, but that's fine. I know that there's like a few quite interesting posters on the wall. Oh, this one of Sampo. I love it. I haven't found the other ones yet. Alright, where are we going? Oh, another vending machine. I'm pretty sure they're all connected. Oh no, I can't believe this chapter's almost over. No. Alright.
Look, there's a crowd gathering over there. Is the address starting soon?
I think so.
Looks like it. Bronya hasn't arrived yet, though. Let's find somewhere to wait.
Okay. Over here by the flowers. Oh, we're just gonna sit with these random people.
Guards! Formation!
Formation!
Whoa, this must be it.
Citizens of Belobog, I kindly ask for your attention. Lady Bronya Rand's inaugural address will begin shortly. Please remain orderly.
People of Belobog, hear me.
Oh, that's a good picture too. I like these because I like to use them as like screensavers.
Today we gather here to celebrate our victory, but it was a sacrifice made by a mighty guardian that delivered us this opportunity. She dispelled an evil that cost us 700 years of suffering. And in the process, she paid the ultimate price. The sacrifice of Cocolia Rand ushers in a new chapter. The blizzard beyond the walls will die away, and the offensives of our Silvermane guards will begin to contain the Fragmentum's advance. In the far north, I witnessed with my own eyes the struggle between the late Supreme Guardian and the evil power that sought to destroy us. In her last moments, the Supreme Guardian told me her greatest regret. The order to seal off the underworld from the overworld. With the passage of time, she gradually came to realize the consequences of that decision. Although tortured with guilt, she could not undo the damage. In her final moments, she wanted us to mark the Stellaron's end by reuniting Belobog. Overworlders and Underworlders must embrace the dawn of a new age. Together. People of the Underworld, I dare not ask for your forgiveness. I now know the reality of your decade of suffering. But I want us to work together. We know that without your perseverance and hard work, Belobog will not recover its former glory. And the seed of civilization will not be preserved. And on that note, I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to a few guests of the city. Most of you were not aware of their arrival. But it is thanks to them that our world now flourishes with hope. They made me realize that while we remain focused on preserving the ground beneath our feet, we should not forget to look up into the sky. I firmly believe that with the determination of everyone, our world, the world the Trailblazers call Yarilo 6, will no longer be alone among the stars. But before we accomplish that goal, I humbly ask you to follow me into the future. I, Bronya Rand, the 19th Guardian of Belobog, hereby take my oath.
Lady Bronya! Lady Bronya! Long live Belobog!
Yay! Ooh! Okay. Oh. Oh, is there anything for us to actually collect from here? Oh. Never mind.
Bronya, we're back!
March, Don Hung, and you. It's wonderful you made it to the address. Sorry, I know the invitation was very last minute, but I needed to get the news out as soon as possible. The longer people waited, the more rumors started to swirl. The situation risked spinning out of control.
Was Seeley not there for the address? No, she was. Are you fully recovered?
Yes, I'm fine now, don't worry. My mother... she tried to force the voice of the Stellaron into my head. It was a terrible feeling. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't shown up.
That was some speech, Bronya. If I had to talk like that in front of a huge crowd, I'd be shaking head to toe.
It was all just a bunch of palatable lies. I hope you never have a similar experience, March.
The part about preserving the seed of civilization was real. It's what you do as leader that matters. Some people need to hear white lies.
I prefer to be honest with the people. But I also want to preserve their hope.
Don Hung, wanna talk about Mr. Yang's findings?
Oh, yeah.
Allow me to explain.
Which means the fragmentum has already taken root by this point. Even though the Stellaron is sealed, we won't be able to reverse the damage immediately.
Stellarons are terrible things. Sorry, we promised you.
No need for apologies. You've gone out of your way to save this world. You nearly lost your life. I have no right to ask for more. Besides, I agree with Mr. Yang. Ultimately, the fate of Belobog is in the hands of its own people.
We will find a way to root out the fragmentum. The Astral Express will do everything within our power to help. Don't look at me like that, Dai-Hong.
In that case, as a leader, I must give you a promise of the same weight. We will hold out with everything we have until the day you Trailblazers return. Even if it takes another 700 years, the children of Yarilo 6 will look up to the sky with hope in their hearts. So long, my friends. May the preservation bless your journey.
No, is that the end?
Congrats! That was one heck of a first trailblazing expedition.
Worth celebrating, I'd say.
On a scale from 1 to 5, how would you rate this journey?
2.5.
Ah!
What? That run-of-the-mill, huh?
Rude.
My scoring criteria are different from yours.
Fair enough.
Anyway, we should be asking you. Any thoughts you want to share?
Time for a nap.
Wait, what? No way! We're about to leave and I've hardly got any decent photos. Come on! Let's go back to the administrative district and hang out for a bit longer.
I need a friend like March. Ooh! Provides the wearer a various special stat gains, but... What? Oh, we actually have to go take pictures?
Rania said she's willing to wait 700 years for us. Huh. Don Hung, how long can humans live for?
Forever. But in that scenario, they can't be considered human anymore.
Wanna spar? Yikes, so serious. I was just curious.
Alright, let's take photos.
Here we are, Everwinter Monument. Photo time!
Okay, I'm ready.
Oh, Payla and Hook are here too. Let's make sure we get them in the background.
Okay. Good idea. Let's show them the photo once we're done. Oh, I actually have to take a photo? Okay. Ah. Oh, okay, we're doing this way.
Okay, where to next?
Oh, you can edit it? Ooh. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize you could do that. Yeah. I kind of wish you could hide the UI. Can you not do that?
Oh, we haven't seen Serval since we got back. Let's head to the workshop.
I thought we were going to show them the picture. Alright.
Who's there? Didn't your parents tell you to knock before...
Clara! Oh, yeah, I forgot. Sorry, my bad.
It's you three. Oh, come on in. I was just talking to Clara about you.
How have you been, Big Brother?
Big Brother?
Mr. Val's workshop is amazing. There are all kinds of things. I like it here a lot.
Big Brother?
Miss Serval? Clara is such a well-mannered kid. Meanwhile, the architect's children are still calling me auntie and making me feel old.
That's a respectful thing, though. Are you still looking to hire an assistant for the workshop?
Hey, that's not your line. We're here to take a photo, remember?
Oh, fine.
Photo? This feels like one of my fan meetups. Anyway, for you guys, I do autographs for free.
Thanks.
Photo. Oh, I remember. When I was little, Mr. Svarog took a photo for me.
Over here, Clara. Want to learn some cool poses?
Oh, this is fun. Okay. Picture. I kind of wish it didn't have all the UI and stuff. You can't hide it in here, can you? No. Oh, maybe like girl power. Yeah. Okay, cool. I don't know, I'm having so much fun with this.
There's gotta be a better shot than this one.
That rude. I tried my best.
I was trying really hard not to blink.
We shouldn't have trusted an amateur. Never mind. At least it's memorable. A little farewell gift from the Astral Express.
No, why am I kind of sad this is ending?
You're leaving so soon?
Apparently.
I understand. Well, this photo will always be close to my heart. I'll make a copy for you too, Clara.
Thanks, Mr. Vol. Big Brother, March, Danhung. Thanks for taking care of me. Safe travels. If you have time, please come back and visit me and Mr. Svarog.
I will. I'm gonna bring you some shoes. That's what I'm gonna do, because it's freezing outside.
That's enough sightseeing and photo taking to last me a while. Time to head back to the Goethe Hotel for a good night's sleep.
We can sleep when we're back on the Express.
Not so fast. Last time we were here, that evil Madam Guardian interrupted us before we'd gotten the most out of our luxury suites. Don't you think we should make up for it? Come on. Himeko and Mr. Yang are grown-ups. I'm sure they'll cope without us for one night. Besides, don't you want to chit-chat with the locals now that Belobog is full of life again? I know I do.
There's nothing in this room, right? I feel like this is leading somewhere, but I'm not too sure why. You know? You're overwhelmed by a sea of weariness. Go to bed. The engine of creation, Cocolia, the ethereal outer space, the gaze of the preservation, your fragmented memory of the battle forms a blurry and surreal montage. In the midst of the frantic transparency of events, you see the moment Cocolia perished with the Stellatron, and a strange voice speaks to you in a hushed tone. But the voice passed rapidly. You try to recall what you saw in those fleeting moments, but find no trace. All of a sudden you hear it again. A female voice in your ear.
At the end of your journey, all that perplexes you and troubles you will resolve.
Why do I feel like I know that voice? Was that the girl from the beginning with the guns? Is that her?
Oh, it was a close thing, all right. Good thing it dawned on me. Hey, Sampo doesn't have to be a protagonist, right? The likes of us are better suited to, shadowy comic relief.
Oh my god, he's sentient.
Turns out the Astral Express crew is more fun than I expected. You liked it? Really? Told you so.
Who are you talking to?
No. I'm in no hurry to leave. What? Oh, Epsilon? What fun can you get out of a giant Vanity Fair like that? True happiness always entails the manifestation of the dignity of mankind. Now, that's a quote I live by. Well, bye for now. Send my regards to the guys and girls in the tavern. Oh, and don't forget to say that Sempo Kasky will catch them for the next one. Time to make my curtain call.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Dear audience,
oh!
I dedicate my performance. I wonder, did I bring a little more joy into your lives?
What are you doing? Are you talking to me?
You don't have to answer that. But if the answer is no, then you'll break my heart.
We should be getting back to the Express. Time to find March and Donhong.
Did he just break the fourth wall? Aye? What?
Morning.
Morning.
How did you sleep? I'm full of energy myself.
Me too. Oh. I dreamed about him.
You poor thing. I'll go check the lunar calendar. Today might be unlucky.
Maybe, might be. Good idea.
Did you get Himiko's message? It's time to go. The conductor will nag us again if we put the express behind schedule.
Yeah. Well, pack your souvenirs and stuff. Back home we go.
Oh, there is a book here. Wait, what did Himiko say? Oh, Oleg. About to leave. Oh, is that so? Sorry to trouble you. You can't leave me hanging. I'll be frank. There's something of course there is.
Here we are at last. It's sad to say goodbye.
It is.
Nothing lasts forever. You'll stop feeling sad the moment you set foot on the express.
Hey, I'm not that heartless, you know.
Leave Jihadi 6 and return to the express.
Priorities? What do you mean? Are you saying rebuilding the underworld isn't one of your priorities?
Of course not. I'm just saying we have limited assets and we need new parameters.
Assets, parameters. You sure love your fancy words. Forget it. Leave it to me. I'll go down myself.
Come on, Seela. I won't leave you to—
Look, Bronya! There'll be plenty of difficulties waiting for them, right?
Yes. Their future is filled with even more uncertainty than ours. But we will prevail here, even if it means arguments like this go on forever.
They won't go on forever if I win them.
That gave me goosebumps. I don't know why. I'm way too attached.
Welcome home, you three.
Hi! Mom and Dad. Why did I just call them
Himiko,
that?
Mr. Yang! Team Trailblaze back from duty. Mission 1 accomplished.
Although Welt and I didn't get the chance to go with you, I can tell you worked hard to bring things back to normal. Well done, everybody. And especially you. I heard a lot of good things about you.
From who? How would you rate my performance?
I'd say it's a solid 5 stars.
Get some rest on the Express. Eurilo 6 was not an easy ride. Pom-Pom is of the opinion that we should leave as soon as possible to avoid potential resurgences of the anomalies we experienced earlier. Himiko and I agree.
Which means we need to decide where our next destination is, soon.
That's right.
That's the path of the Nameless, I presume. Always on the road, always trailblazing. I'm not complaining, by the way. One adventure after another, that's exactly what I signed up for.
Looks like March has fallen in love with the way of the Nameless. That's good to hear. You can head back to your rooms for some rest, or stay here and make yourselves a cup of coffee, whichever you like.
I already got my coffee, thanks.
I'll head back to my room then.
there I was thinking this guy would gradually open up.
We need to give him some time, March. I think he treasures the time spent with you guys. About your battle against the Supreme Guardian and the whole Stellaron situation, you must have a lot of unanswered questions, I suppose.
Yes.
While you were away, Welt and I did some research and came to some interesting conclusions. Let me know if you want to ask about anything.
I do, yes, Yes, please.
Home sweet home. Mr. Yang and Himeko must be bored given how long our train had to stay here. Where's our next stop? I can't wait!
I'm sorry, what is this mirror? Was that there before? Have I just never noticed that? Okay, definitely want to speak to you, but I also want to very quickly go into here. Yeah, new songs. And I want to put on... Where is it? Oh, here. I didn't get the Wildfire song? Ah. I thought I got it. Okay, Pom Pom, can I...
Checking star rail stability.
Alright, can't do that yet. Right, good to know. That's that. Okay, well, what are you... I don't know what that is. Well, oh, you're not even going to talk to me. Okay. So wait, what mission am I on now? Oh, it's literally as I finish this. Okay, my bad.
The Express crew tread upon the trailblaze. We travel between worlds, like a thread weaved into the life stories of others. The universe is vast beyond our imagination. It's a miracle that our paths converge. The fact that we get to know and travel with each other can only be seen as the design of destiny. Thank you for becoming our companion. I'll do my best to answer any questions you may have.
I'd like to talk about the battle with Cocolia.
Sure. Oftentimes, those who are involved in historic events don't have the opportunity to see things from a wider perspective. I hope as an onlooker, I may provide some help.
The Path of Preservation.
Klapoth the Preservation is known for their... indifference. Unless you become a zealot like those with the corporation, it's hard to share in the Eon's power. Determined to preserve the world they loved, the architects held on for hundreds of years. But as the Fragmentum continued to advance, their already wavering faith started to show some cracks. And one particular guardian, Cocolia, abandoned the Path of Preservation altogether. In contrast, you stood your ground and proved your faith in the Amber Lord. Judging by how the battle turned out, Klapoth responded to your wish. Their gaze infused you with the power to wield the weapon of a supreme guardian and to take control of the Colossus.
I meant to thank you for your support during the battle.
Don't mention it. Welt and I may have stayed on the Express this whole time, but we've been watching over you from the moment you set foot on Eurilo 6.
Oh god. You didn't
Friends
check
look
what I did in
after
the
each
bathroom,
other.
did you?
The same goes for us Nameless. Please remember, no matter where you are in the universe, the Express will always be behind you.
The source of Cocolia's power
Is a Stellaron. There's no doubt about that. What I've gathered so far suggests it's likely that the Supreme Guardian was corrupted by the Stellaron at a very young age. All the tragedies that came after can be traced to that point. On the flip side, we can't judge Cocolia too harshly. Imagine if it were you or me who had to sit on the throne and watch the city slowly being brought to its knees. Would we not question what we believed in?
Let's talk about something else.
Sure, ask away. We've got plenty of time.
We do. Can Yahalo 6 go back to what it was before the Stellatron?
Welt may be better equipped to answer that. But if you want my 2 cents, I'd say it's unlikely. I guess it's possible, but it would take a long time. I can tell from your report that the new Supreme Guardian of Belobog is a smart young lady with leadership qualities. What's more important is that she now understands her people after the journey with you. The firm and honest support she gets from people around her will also prove immensely useful. But fate likes to play tricks on people. Even if during their lifetime they manage to make Eurilo 6 prosper again to a certain degree, they will remain vulnerable and helpless to countless threats lurking in the recesses of the universe. We can only give them our best wishes from afar.
What happened to the Stellaron?
It's virtually impossible to destroy a Stellaron. No one, not even Herda, has found a way to break its structure. The best we can do at this stage is to prevent its energy from overflowing. When the Supreme Guardian was defeated, the Stellaron that had been transmitting energy to her exposed its weakness to us for a brief period of time, allowing Weltanai to contain its power. That's about all we can do about a Stellaron. It may be suppressed for now, but it's only a matter of time before it regains power. But this brief window should allow the people on this planet to heal and rebuild.
Thank you for your patience, Himiko.
You're most welcome. Have some rest. You've earned it.
Wait, I thought there was more questions I could ask. Hey.
So, your first trailblazing expedition has concluded. How do you feel? Be it joy or pain, success or regret, it's all part of the journey. Those feelings will accompany you as long as you tread on the trailblaze, and one day you'll grow used to them. It seems you have something on your mind. Let's hear it. I'd like to hear a fresh perspective myself. As talkative as Himiko is, we've pretty much run out of topics.
The Fragmentum and the Elemental Freeze, will they disappear?
I'm afraid not. As I've mentioned before, the Stellaron's influence on Eurilo 6 is more profound than we might think. I don't think Belobog's fight against the lingering effects of the Stellaron will end anytime soon. But the balance of power is tilting ever so slightly towards humanity, the crucial factor being the hope you brought about. As intangible as it may sound, don't underestimate hope, because the power it inspires has no limit. Like the Stellaron, it's a seed that may grow into something much bigger. But, in my opinion, the fruit that hope bears will have a much bigger impact than that of the Stellaron.
I relayed your views to the Stellaron's effects to Bonya.
Is that so? Well, I think you did the right thing. It's better to move forward with the burden of knowledge than to tread a perilous road with blind optimism. I remember a distant world where the people were faced with unimaginable danger every single day. But they saved their planet time after time with wisdom and courage.
Is he talking about Honkai Impact the Third?
This goes to show how much of a difference ordinary people can make. I hope Eurilo 6 sees that too.
This mission would have been much easier if you were there.
I too wish to go with you, but Himiko insisted on letting you and your friends rise to the challenge. I'd been observing what's happening on the ground from the Express, and I have to admit that I got sweaty palms a couple times. I was glad to see you three meet friends you could trust and overcome hardships. Well done. Himiko was calm from the very beginning. She kept telling me to trust you youngsters' decisions. And she was right. I really need to stop worrying so much.
It's been nice chatting with you, Mr. Yang.
Likewise. Get some sleep. We'll be heading off again soon.
No, the next stage. I'm not ready.
Pom-Pom, we're back.
Shh! Checking star rail stability.
Pom-Pom needs to focus.
Pom-Pom.
Good to see you too.
Spatial readout. Back to the normal bracket. Star rail stability keeps rising. 56%, 57%. The numbers have stabilized. Dispatch the Express. Oh, welcome back to the Express. You've accomplished your Trailblaze mission. The Express appreciates your help.
You're gonna finally acknowledge me? Cool. How's the Express doing?
Thanks to you, the Space Fisher is healing up, and the Star Rail has become stable enough for us to dispatch the Express. As for the coaches, Pom-Pom's checked every nook and cranny and made sure everything's in good order.
Thanks, Pom-Pom. Oops, I forgot to bring you a souvenir.
Don't worry about it. Eurillo 6 probably doesn't have anything worth buying anyway. Plus, it's your first time on a Trailblaze mission, so Pom-Pom will let it slide this time.
Thanks.
But don't forget, next time.
Okay, I won't. I'm sorry. Where's our next stop?
The destination will be announced at the navigation meeting.
Damn it!
For now, get some rest and stay tuned.
Okay. We need some juice for March.
Oh, Pom-Pom almost forgot. There you go. Careful not to spill it.
Thank you, conductor.
When are we leaving, conductor?
Right away. To avoid encountering the anomalies again, the Express will dispatch shortly and head to a more stable area. For your safety, please don't leave your seat until the Express has reached cruising speed.
And we did it. Oh god, what is this now? Yes! Wait, wildfire! Wait, is it not on here? Such a good song. Yeah. What's this now? Oh god, I have a lot. Okay. But as that mission just ended and we are on Windswept Wanderlust now, which I do believe is the... Wait, where? Oh, I'm unable to leave the current area? Oh. Okay, so my plan to like leave for a minute isn't gonna work. Okay, well, in the next, I was gonna go do some of the side missions before I did anything else. But yeah, I guess we're gonna end this video right here. Do we have any? We have 5 wishes. Damn, I kind of wish we had some more to do. Because we're at, yeah. Yeah. Do I have anything that I can use? I don't really want to use anything else at the moment. Oh, you know what? I actually do want these. And these. I might as well get them as they're the characters I'm leveling up. Yeah, I guess we're going to end this video right here. Honestly, that was a lot of fun. A great first area to this game. I had so much fun with it. Oh, you need those. Okay, you need those and you need those. Alright, I can get those. Yeah, I actually had a lot of fun with that, and I know I've kind of taken a bit more time with it, but I don't want to rush through it like I did with Genshin. But yeah, I don't really have anything else to say. It was a lot of fun. The characters were really interesting. There's a lot of depth to some of the characters as well, which I really, really appreciate. Again, Hoyoverse is great at getting me hooked onto characters. So this is definitely a game that we're going to continue and stuff like that. Obviously, there's a lot more that I need to learn and get through, which I'm very excited about. What does the next level do? Oh, yeah, you know what? We will do that. So yeah, I think we're going to end this part here. I know this one was a little bit shorter than the other ones, but, you know, that's kind of what happens with some of these. Oh, nice. But yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe and all that fun stuff. And in the next one, we will continue with the Trailblazer missions, where we get to go on to the next planet, which honestly I'm so excited about. And I'm so happy we got this song. This song is great. But yeah, thank you guys. Don't forget to like, subscribe, all that fun stuff down below. And I will see you guys in the next video. So I will see you guys then.